it right. A second jumper from the same position for her, and that ball was checked. What a rejection by Kritika, and also gave her the ball possession. Anmol spots up for a jumper, rebounded by Lekhna, almost taken away by Anmol. Nishita has come in place of Anita. Lekhna spots up for a jumper, couldn't make it, but Kanika was there to pick up the rebound. Nishita is there, trying to make a fight of it under the board. Kanika. Lekhna to Shaili. Shaili back to Lekhna. Lekhna spotting up for a 2. She couldn't make it. Hits a front ring, but this time Kritika has a ball for the Queens. Crossover there, quickly drops it to Anmol. Anmol finds herself open to lay one off the glass. That's 8 points for the Queens, trailing by 3 are the Regals, but the annihilator is back. She couldn't make that 2, but she has a rebound. Anmol draws a foul. We did have a very interesting session yesterday where Anmol came into the comm box and was commentating for one of the games. And she was very keen that I make this game all about her. So, Anmol, we'll do that another time. Now you sink that free throw so we can have a great conversation afterwards. Anmol is due back in Japan. Shortly, she has to go and report to her squad, the Osaka University. So this would be the last round that Anmol is going to be playing in. Lekhna with the rebound, splits the defense, tries to score, but Anmol had a piece of that. Great block there by Anmol. Kritika spots up. Nishita with the rebound. Nishita to Anita. Way off target. But I suspect Anmol had something to do with that. Just like she has right now. Anmol is posing quite the challenge inside and outside. Her defensive efforts have honestly been very good so far. She's not made it easy for anyone to score over her or make sure that she had come out to the perimeter and made those passes extra difficult. Shaili had put up 1 point on the board for the Regals. Being a leader on and off the floor for the Queens is Anmol. And the Regals are looking up to Anita to give them that leadership and the advice and the energy that's needed for them to take this game away from the Queens. The Queens have a lead of 3 points, could swing any which way. A couple of twos should take care of that, but they have 3 minutes 49 on the clock. The Regals have 5 fouls, which is a cause for concern at this point in time. You can see some of the other players sitting in the stands waiting their turn to play. Sinks that one, makes it 10. Anita trying to find the open man, gives it to Shaili. Shaili drives to the hoop, off the glass, not able to make it, but Anmol was there to pull down that rebound, gets it back from Kanika, backing her way, and off the glass, Anmol the wall, Pannu. Ludhiana Queens have a 5-point lead. The Regals are going to have to pick up those quick ones or quick twos because the time might be a factor because they are struggling to put those points up on the scoreboard. It's been very, very slow scoring for them. Shaili almost losing the ball. Anmol out for a breather. Anita comes in for the Regals and Kanika comes in place of Anmol. Kritika, hesitation move, tries to take it to the hoop. Ball rebounded by Anita. Anita to Shaili. Shaili drops it to Lekna. Lekna is being challenged by Kritika. Anita for a 2, but this is an air ball. Nishita tried to save it, but the ball is out of bounds. 2 minutes 52 on the clock. Hesitation move sees Priya Goswami go up to the hoop, but she doesn't make it, but draws a foul instead. The foul will go on Nishita. Priya Goswami on the line for the Queens. This is her first free throw of the game. Can she sink this? Unable to do it. Lekna with the ball. Spotting up for a 2. And she makes it! This is the energy they will need to maintain to take this game away from the Queens. And Lekna has managed to bring the Regal score up to 8. Rebounded by Kritika for the Queens. She turns around, unable to make the jumper. Ball is out of bounds, goes off Shaili's legs. Anmol is back. Priya to Kanika. Kanika for a jumper there, but Anmol is there to pick up the rebound. Spins, turns, tries to put one off the glass, but Priya Goswami is there to chip in and help out. Quickly picks up a 1 for her. Shaili with the floater, but it's a little too short. Shaili gets the rebound once again for the Regals. Lekna and Anmol, the wall has a piece of that. What a beautiful block there by Anmol to make sure that the Queens have possession of the ball. So this time, a 2 for Priya. No, not a friendly ring. Kanika tries one. Ball is out of bounds. Trailing by 4 with a minute and 45, the Queens look like they will take this away from the Regals, considering the fact that the Regals are really, really struggling to put up those points on the board. Kanika drops it to Anmol. Anmol backing into Lekna. Off the glass, sinks it. Anita hits a front ring, unable to make it. Splitting the defense, takes it to the hoop, but she couldn't make it. Lekna had a piece of that one. Great defensive efforts there by Lekna. Shaili to Anita. Unable to make it. A minute and 2 remaining, and they trail by 5 points. Kritika off the glass, couldn't make it, saves the ball. Shaili has it. Shaili launches a 2 for her and she sinks it. That's 10 points, trailing by 3 this time. Yet there's only 43 seconds on the clock. Priya Goswami. Kritika, spin move. Unable to make it, rebounded. Anmol has it. Backs into her man and off the glass once more for Anmol. She puts up another point, taking it definitely away. Lekna unable to hold on to it. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be the Queen's ball. 16 seconds on the clock and a timeout has been called. The Ludhiana Queens have done well for themselves while the Regals have struggled in this first game. They couldn't quite find the rhythm that they were looking for. Anmol made sure she had a lot of blocks, a lot of shots, a lot of rebounds. So she's done quite a lot for the Queens to ensure that they come off this first game with the victory, and that's where it's definitely headed right now. And having someone like Anmol inside meant that they would concede fouls, and that's what they've done. We can see the technical committee here. The chief of the committee League Commissioner, Match Commissioner, Mr. Norman Isaac there. Lekhna battling with the knee injury, on rehab right now, but yet wanting to play this league. And that's Kritika who tried to hook it there, but Kritika has been playing a great game and being of great support to her team. And that is a final buzzer. Ludhiana Queens have won the first game 15-10. Great efforts by the Ludhiana Queens to ensure that they pulled off that first victory, making it a little easier for them as they progress into this round. Jaipur Regals have an uphill task because they would definitely need to win the second one. Lot of ifs and buts come into place when you miss the first game and hope that your opponents lose the next, and so on and so forth. The team huddle there. You can see the highlights of the game. Kritika finding the open man to Priya. Anita. And this is Shaili off the glass. A finger roll, friendly rim. For Kritika, a free throw as well. Anita with a 2. Anmol with the rebound. Kritika drives in. Takes a jump shot, a beautiful pass there from Kritika to finding the open man and Anmol. Anmol sinking the free throw. Shaili with the pump fake there. Anmol with the free throw, backing up into Lekhna. Off the glass with the left hand. Hooks it in. That's Lekhna with the 2. Priya with the rebound and a putback. And that is the shot that closed the game on the buzzer. And the final score is the Ludhiana Queens have beaten Jaipur Regals 10-15. Let's go over to Rishi.
We've got the first game done for round number 3 at Women's League in 3BL Season 3. For all the viewers who've just joined us, good morning and welcome. You're watching 3BL Season 3 and we are live from Chandigarh, Mohali. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to put your hands together and please welcome teams playing the game number 2, starting with the defending champions from round number 2. Please welcome Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars had a mind run in the round 2 as they have won the championship in the previous round and ready to go and defending the title and playing against Kochi Stars in their first game for today at round 3 in Women's League. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas has an amazing experienced leader and it is now time for them to play their first game of Women's League in the round 3. Let's see what happens at the toss. It is now toss time. Can I please request the captains to join me? Good morning and may the best girl win. Who's calling? All right, Kochi Stars is called for heads. Heads it is. Kochi Stars win the toss and will take the ball in the first game that they're playing at round 3. Aparna, take it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And the Kochi Stars, who are the defending champions of round 2, are being represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, wearing jersey number 6. Kanishka Dir, wearing jersey number 5. Divyani Gangwal, wearing 77. And Vandana Arya, wearing 10. They are wearing the pink jerseys. And Delhi Divas, wearing the red jerseys, being represented by Kushi Alawat, wearing jersey number 15. Ishika Chowdhury, wearing jersey number 10. Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, wearing jersey number 6. And Riddhi Sharma, wearing jersey number 24. And this game is going to be quite epic because these two have built quite the history within 2 rounds itself. And last round, Delhi Divas got eliminated by Kochi Stars in the semi-finals, and definitely the Delhi Divas will be looking to make sure that they pick up the first win, as will the defending champions. Delhi Divas are champions of round one, so they were smarting and hurting quite a bit when they had lost to them in the semi-final. It was very, very closely contested game, and these two teams have gone up against each other in two overtime games, and in both those overtime games, it was Steffi Nixon who managed to pick up the foul and go to the free throw line with two and sink both to make sure that they eliminated Delhi. So they have quite the history, and the history is going to be in whose favor is what we must see in this game, both wanting a first round win today. Devyani Gangwal spots up for an early jumper. Rebound pulled down by Kushi. Kushi to Raspreet. Raspreet will take it in, spots up for a jumper. Tips the rebound out to Ishika. Ishika to Kushi. And Kushi sinks a first one for Delhi Divas. Nice ball movement there by Delhi Divas early on. Devyani off the glass. That's Kushi who pulled down the rebound and giving it out to Raspreet. The ball is off Ishika, so it's going to be Kochi Stars ball. Vandana Arya for a long two. Raspreet has got the rebound, and Kushi gives it back to Raspreet, sets a screen and tries to go in, but Steffi is right there, so it's not going to be very easy for her to spot up and find the spots. Steffi is quite the beast inside the paint. Her wingspan is quite something, and she makes sure that she has a piece of the ball pretty much anywhere inside the paint, so it's going to be difficult. Kushi has her task cut out, but Kushi has evolved from game one to now and has started picking up her spots better, playing great defense and making sure she gets her rebounds as well. So, and she's had the opportunity of meeting up with Steffi on 3 occasions, and this is the 4th game. Ball stolen by Kushi from Steffi. And she sinks one, adding another for the Delhi Divas. Kochi Stars, the defending champions, are yet to score. Turns around, Steffi off the glass. In reply, she has one on the board as well for her team. They open scores just now, trailing by 1. Raspreet with the ball. The Fox tries to split the defense and sink one in, but couldn't make it. Draws a foul in the process though. Delhi Divas have one wounded soldier in Tavleen who sprained her ankle, so instead Riddhi Sharma is stepping up. Devyani Gangwal with a hook under the basket, so that's the 2nd point for them. Scores are level this time. And Tavleen seems to have recovered from that ankle injury, and she has suited up for Delhi today. So the 4th man is not Riddhi Sharma, but Tavleen. Kochi Stars have picked up their 3rd point, finding the open man in Steffi, who turns around and just lays it off and sinks that one. A light touch off the board, so that's 4 points. Raspreet attempting it, missing it. Steffi has the rebound, gives it to Devyani. Devyani out to Vandana. A hook shot there, but it's a little too short. Raspreet. Checking back into the game is Ishika for Delhi Divas. Raspreet sinks that one. Trailing by 1. It's 7 minutes to on the clock. Devyani takes it to the hoop. Lays it high off the glass but couldn't quite finish. This is going to prove a little expensive if they're going to miss these open looks. Threading the eye of the needle, that's Raspreet the Fox to Khushi, but Khushi couldn't convert that. The timeout, 6 minutes 45 on the clock. They're trailing by just 1 point. Kanishka Dir checks in. Dropping it to Steffi. High post. Ishika all over her. And a foul has been called. Hustling defense by the Delhi team, but they may have to avoid those fouls. Steffi once more playing high post. Devyani with an air ball. Raspreet to Ishika. Ishika spots up for a jumper. Raspreet is there to pull down the rebound and puts it off. Launches it once more, but Steffi pulls down the rebound. This time Devyani drives in, takes it to the hoop, and she finds it. She finds the net once again and adds one. But this time Ishika made sure she gave her team 2 with the long 2, and she equalizes the scores right now. 6 minute 4, and both teams are tied with 5 apiece. Once again, a foul for Delhi Divas. Tavleen checks in for Khushi. Steffi is just taking care of a cut that she endured and making sure that it's cleaned up before she checks back into the game. Devyani assumed that Vandana was right there to pick it up, but Vandana had moved. So that was a turnover. So Delhi Divas ball. Tavleen. Ishika to Raspreet, who spots up for a 2. Vandana pulls down the rebound and gives it to Devyani. Pulls up for a 2. Ishika. Tavleen gets a pass from Raspreet, and she sinks it and draws a foul in the process. So she's going to go to the free throw line. Raspreet finds the open man in Tavleen to give her an assist. An opportunity to take the difference up by 2 points. 5 minutes 34 on the clock. Both teams have 2 fouls apiece. And that's Tavleen making it a 2-point play by sinking that free throw. Delhi Divas have 7. Steffi has checked back in. Kanishka is sitting out. Steffi setting up, tries to set up a screen. Divyani all the way inside, but this is probably the third attempt that Divyani is missed from pretty much the same range. Raspreet, the Fox, unable to finish that one. Divyani back to Vandana. Vandana drops it to Steffi. Steffi finds the open man in Divyani, who cuts in, and this time she finds the board and the hoop. Adding a point, they just trail by 1. Raspreet taking it inside, draws a foul, sinks that one, and 1 for Raspreet. She sinks this one as well and makes sure the Divas have picked up another point. Taking it up by 3 points. Divyani goes through the hoop, and this time she makes sure she converts it, and 1 for Divyani, an opportunity to add another to that one. She'll go to the free throw line. Kochi Stars have another one to their scoreboard. Divyani managed to sink that. And Raspreet, the Fox, gives them a 2 this time. Steffi, unable to make it. Raspreet has the ball. Kushi going up against Steffi, spins this way and that way, not able to make it. But Divyani pulls down the rebound and launches a 2 of her own. In and out. Steffi has a rebound off the glass. That she does. Steffi does what she does best. Raspreet attempting another 2. Raspreet is there to pick up a rebound. No one to chase it down or stop her from picking it up. The Regals are going to have to be sharper on those occasions. Raspreet is able to chase it all the way down, means there's a lapse in defense. This time Ishika made sure that she added 1 with a jumper of her own. Divyani pulls a tattoo shot, tries to hook it off. Raspreet, that's a tough shot for her. And a hook off the glass. Raspreet Sidhu adds another. Steffi for a 2, it's an air ball, way too short. A timeout now. The Delhi Divas lead, but unless they do something about getting Steffi the ball up close or making some 2s, this is going to be quite the game. Not something they'd want. A loss in the first round would make it a little more difficult for them as the round progresses today. They trail by 4 points with 3 minutes 26 on the clock. Both teams have 3 fouls apiece. Divyani to Vandana. And that's a nice pass, but Vandana was unable to finish it. Divyani and Vandana, they would be disappointed in not getting that one. But Tavleen is there to pick one up and receive that pass and turn around and put it off the glass. They keep increasing their lead bit by bit and making it so much more difficult for the Kochi Stars. This is the first time that Kochi Stars has trailed by as much as 6 points in all their meetings so far, which has been 4. Steffi attempts a 2 and misses it. Vandana back to Steffi. Steffi is not playing in her comfort zone. She needs to get closer to the hoop and do what she does best. But kudos to Kushi for not making it easy either. Good defensive efforts by her so far. 2:43 on the clock. Raspreet splits the defense, takes it to the hoop, and she's successful one more time, taking the Delhi Divas up by another, making it 16. The Stars. Oh my, Raspreet is on a roll. The Fox. "17 points to the Divas." That's an 8-point deficit that the Stars are staring at. Definitely, Raspreet and her Divas have come back with a huge plan to make sure that this round will belong to them. Unless someone challenges them, it's going to be really hard. Divyani Gangwal with a nice one off the glass, adding one. 7 points difference. Kushi with the ball. Double team, she turns around, misses it, but Tavleen is there to pick it up and put it off the glass. You can see that Tavleen is not completely all right. There is a slight limp to her gait, but she has been a trooper and managing to add a few important points to the board. She's played good defense as well. And the Divas are ensuring that Tavleen doesn't have to move around too much, so she just letting her do what is required and when and where it's required. Great team effort by Divas, good chemistry on the floor. They have managed to bond from day one very well. I mean, considering the fact that they all came together just a bit before the league, not had an opportunity to play or practice together during the pandemic. Kanishka Deep back to Vandana Arya. Vandana was fouled. That was a shot clock violation as well. Wasn't a foul. Ishika finds Tavleen. Tavleen tries to take it inside. A spot up jumper by Ishika made sure that was nothing but net. 8-point deficit is something that they're staring at, and this time spin moves. Divyani is unable to finish there. She's struggling with her left hook. Tavleen for a neat jumper, sinks it. Divyani drops it to Steffi. Steffi not able to make it. Kanishka back to Steffi. She couldn't make that second opportunity as well. Raspreet, screen being set by Ishika. Raspreet finds her way to the hoop. And a nice finish. Minute and 4 remain. Delhi Divas have iced this game 21-11. Raspreet Sidhu has been on a mission very, very early on, and the Divas figure out what they need to do and they get the momentum going from their first game. And this is going to be quite exciting to see if the other teams can even stop what the Delhi Divas are going to be like today. Is a little worrisome for the others, and they're going to have to really step it up and bring up their A game to stop the Divas. And this is the highlights of the game. And the final score reads in favor of Delhi Divas 21 to Kochi Stars having 11. 10 points difference. Let's go over to Rishi.
Delhi Divas have finally won a game in round number 3, which was their opening game in Women's League. You're watching 3BL Season 3 for all of you who've just joined us. And I have the extremely talented and skillful Ishika with me from Delhi Divas. Ishika, congratulations on winning that one. Coming out of round number 2, when you didn't make it to the finals, this should be a great motivation for you to playing this round.
Yeah, of course it is. So, we got eliminated in the semis, and after winning the first round, that was like really bad. So that was one of the motivation. And of course, we played against Kochi. So yeah, I think there are rivals this season, no?
For sure, there is. This is what it is. It's all about winning. And as our league commissioner, Mr. Bakshi, says that the height does not matter in this sport specifically. And looking at you move on the court, definitely you're an example for that. How do you feel playing with such talented and skillful people just like yourselves and sharing the hotel room or the court with them? What's the experience you're going to take back?
It's been great. We've learned so much from specifically Jaspreet Di. She's our captain. And we've learned so much from her, still learning. So yeah, that's been great.
Since you won the opening game today at round 3, what's the plan like for the upcoming games?
It's the same. Our aim today was to put up those 21 points on the board. And we did that. And we're moving ahead with the same goal.
That's amazing. Congratulations on winning this one, Ishika. And all the best for the rest of the one. This is round 3 of Women's League. You're watching 3BL Season 3. Let's see what happens up next.
And the next game is going to be played between Coimbatore Spunkies and Ludhiana Queens. Ludhiana Queens have come off a first game victory over Jaipur Regals. Coimbatore Spunkies, this is their first game and will look to see if they can pull off a first game victory as well. Coming with fresh legs now. Let's go over to Rishi. He's going to welcome both the teams.
Bring out the other two teams playing the game number 3 for Women's League in round 3 of 3BL Season 3. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome the runners-up from the last round. Team Coimbatore Spunkies. Team Coimbatore Spunkies with great amount of experience and skill and also trying to get into the final this time too with this team and combination. It kind of looks easy for them. Playing against Coimbatore Spunkies in game number 3. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. Team Ludhiana Queens have already won their game number 1. And it is now time for them to play the next one. And if they win this one, they're going through for sure to the semis. It's toss time. Let us bring out the captains to join me at the court. You know the drill. Who's calling? Anmol Preet from Ludhiana Queens has called for heads. Heads it is. Ludhiana Queens win the toss. We'll take the ball. Aparna, take it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Coimbatore Spunkies coming with fresh legs are going to go up against Ludhiana Queens. Ludhiana Queens had a good solid run earlier on today and they are being represented by number 9 Kritika Dingra, number 94 Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 13 Anmol Preet the Wall Kaur and number 4 Priya Goswami. They will be going up against the Coimbatore Spunkies being represented by number 9 Abalad, number 14 Geetu Anna Rahul, number 13 Hemangni Gamit and number 7 Srividya Surya Shekhar. Coimbatore did have a second round which was a little better than their first round. They did make it to the semi-finals and that's quite not enough because they would be attempting to go into their first final today and hopefully they would be able to, if they manage to make this their game and come off with the victory, it's still a possibility. But Ludhiana Queens have combined together very well and especially Kritika and Anmol have made sure that they've been putting up those points on the scoreboard and doing everything that is required to help their team pull off victories. They've come together better. Can the Spunkies get their first win now? Let's wait and watch. Hemangni, Abalad and Geetu on the floor for the Spunkies, while Kanika, Anmol and Priya take to the floor for the Queens. Anmol taking it to the hoop. Spunky's ball. Hemangni tries to find Gitu. Gitu drops it back to Abba. Abba a little unsure of whether she wanted to spot up or dribble a bit. Gitu feeds it back to Abba. Abba for a jumper. Rebounded by Anmol, but again hustled by Abba. Abba drops it to Gitu. Gitu tries to post up against Anmol, turns and off the glass. Nice touch by Gitu, sinking the first point for the Spunkies. Priya Goswami splitting the defense, takes it inside, but unable to finish. Hemangani drops it to Gitu. She turns around, it's an air ball, challenged by Anmol though. Hemangani takes it all the way to the hoop, passes it out to Gitu. But that was rejected by Anmol, the wall. Ball is out of bounds. Kritika is back inside for Ludhiana Queens. Ball is out of bounds once more. Just 1 point on the scoreboard, and that's come for the Spunkies. Ludhiana Queens yet to score. A minute and 5 seconds have already lapsed. Gitu tries to muscle her way in. Anmol pulls down the rebound. Spots up for a 2. And that's Anmol, the wall, sinking a 2. She's going to have to be very, very happy with that one. It's not often that she comes outside and gets those opportunities. This time she made sure she sank it. Took the opportunity and sank it. That's exciting for her. Srividya Surya Shekhar checks in. Attempts a 2. But that wasn't. Kritika drops it to Anmol in traffic, and Anmol turns around, puts it off the glass, sinks one. That's the third point for Queens, having taken time to score a flurry of points indeed. They have 3 points, and all 3 have come from Anmol of 2 attempts. Hemangni Gamut, make sure she got the ball for her team and kept it in play. Kritika pretty much picks a pocket and pushes the ball out of control, out of the court as well. Hemangani, then air ball. Abalad comes in place of Hemangani. Kritika goes, spots up for a 2 off of a screen set by Anmol, but that's an air ball. Ball is out of bounds as well, so it is going to be Coimbatore Spunkies' ball. Well, no, it's going to be the Queen's ball. Dropping it to Anmol, but Gitu had a piece of that, so it's going to be Coimbatore ball. Srividya Surya Shekhar gives it to Abba. Abba drops it to Gitu. Gitu back to Abba. Abba finds the open man in Gitu. Gitu tries to take it in and tries to make this conversion, but Anmol was there to pick it up. Kicks it out to Kritika. Kritika with an air ball. Anmol spotting up for a jumper, but that's an air ball too. Kanika tries to put it back inside and gets fouled in the process. So that's a first team foul that the Spunkies have picked up, but that's also the first free throw that the Queens have earned. She sinks that one, adding another point to the Queen's scoreboard, making it to a total of 4. 7 minutes 10 on the clock. Abalad. Srividya couldn't make it. Kritika to Kanika. Kanika back again to Kritika. Anmol spotting up for a jumper. Priya Goswami checks in for Kanika and Hemangni checks in for Srividya. Abalad spotting up for a 2. Priya with the rebound for the Queens. Nifty handles there. A timeout. 6:35 on the clock, and the Coimbatore Spunkies are trailing by 3. Very, very low scoring affairs so until now, and the Spunkies are struggling with putting up those points on the board. And that was Kritika trying to find her way to the hoop. She misses that one, rebounded, and the ball is still with them. But the Spunkies managed to get control of it, and this time Hemangani of a difficult pass to Geetu, who manages to sink one. That's only the second point for the Spunkies so far. 6 minutes 11 on the clock. Priya Goswami. Ball rebounded by Abalad for the Spunkies. She tries to split the defense, drops it to open man Geetu. But Anmol was there to concede a foul. So Geetu is going to go to the free throw line. 5:51 on the clock. The Spunkies have just 2 points on the scoreboard, and the Ludhiana Queens have just 5. This has been a very, very low scoring affair. Both teams have picked up 2 team fouls. Finding Anmol inside. Anmol tries to go past Geetu, hustle and muscle her way through to launch a shot, but Geetu was there holding ground. Anmol was hoping for a free throw, but that's not to be. It's going to be a ball possession for the Queens. Kritika spots up for a jumper and she sinks it. That's a 6 point for the Queens. Hemangani to Geetu, Geetu back to Srividya. Srividya not on target for sure. Kritika. Priya Goswami. Back to Kritika, but man out of bounds. 5:21, it's going to be Spunky's ball. Hemangani out to Srividya. Srividya beats the man, but hesitates a tad too much. She could have just spotted up and taken a jumper, but that wasn't to be. She had to go and find a defensive opponent there, and almost losing the ball. But fortunately enough, it's going to be Spunky's ball. Abalad with that attempt off the glass couldn't make it. Anmol was there to pick up the rebound, and Priya Goswami this time spotting up for a 2 from here in the arc. A little too much juice on that. Ball out of bounds. Kritika tries to take it all the way to the hoop with Hemangani on her. Hemangani rushes in, diminutive in size, but she packs quite a punch. This time it's Geetu who turns and off the glass. She couldn't make it. Anmol had the rebound and she will try to take it inside and draw the foul, and which is what she does. So Anmol is going to get the free throw and she's going to go to the line. Anmol sinks that one as 7 points to the Queens. This is probably the lowest scoring game so far. Aba Lad hoping to add some points to the scoreboard for the Spunkies. Picks up her own rebound and puts it back in with the jumper. That's going to fetch them another point. That's just 4 points to the Spunkies and they trail by 3. Anmol for a 2. And off the glass, she banks it in. 2 points for Anmol, the wall pannu. And challenge there. It was a foul though, but Hemangani and Kritika go at each other under the board. 3 minutes 57 on the clock. And that's a timeout. The Spunkies haven't found their mojo or groove at all. It's such an uphill battle for them. And this is probably one of the lowest scoring games so far in the league. Ludhiana coming off a tough first game, but they did manage to win that one. They will try to win this one as well and make sure they go into the semi-finals with becoming the pool toppers of their pool. Their pool consists of Jaipur Regals and Coimbatore Spunkies. They did get the better of Regals in the first game. And Pool B has Kochi Stars, Delhi Divas and Pune Panthers. So Delhi Divas have pulled off a very nice victory over Kochi Stars, who are the defending champions of round 2. Delhi Divas, of course, are the champions of round 1. Srividya Suryashekhar with the ball takes it all the way to the hoop, but she is challenged and rejected by Anmol, the wall. But even though it was rejected, that is a foul. So Srividya is finding herself at the free throw line and she is going to have to definitely sink this to see if she can at least get some mojo back for the Spunkies, give them a much needed point on the board and also an impetus to pick it up from there and pull off a win or make a game out of this at least. Priya Goswami off the glass. Anmol picks it up and puts it back. And she fetches another point for the Queens, making it a 6-point lead. They're staring at a 6-point deficit, guys. The Spunkies, 3 minutes 36 on the clock. And the Ludhiana Queens have already racked up 5 fouls. Kritika with the rebound for the Queens. Cross-court pass to Priya Goswami. Priya spots up there for a jumper, but she couldn't make it. Anmol is there to quickly pick it up and bring it out. Anmol attempting a 2. Missing it, but Aba Lad is quick to take the ball for the Spunkies and Srividya Suryashekhar spotting up for a 2, hits a front rim. She has not quite been able to find her rhythm. She's struggling with those 2s. Those mid-range jumpers might just as well work in her favor, but she's got to find herself open enough to pick up the ball there and put it in. But this time, Anmol once more, adding another. Srividya tries to pass deep inside to Hemangani, but picking her pocket was Kanika. Spins there, and that was Kritika. Kritika back to Kanika. Kanika launches a very, very erratic shot there. And that's a sweet pass by Geetu to Hemangani. Hemangani had a very difficult shot there, but she managed to sink it. Geetu pulls down the rebound. 5 points on the board for the Spunkies. Srividya finds herself open enough to go and make an easy layup. That's 6 points for the Spunkies right now. 2 minutes 25 on the clock. All they need are about a couple of 2s to get them back into the game. But Anmol is there trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Even if it's the ones, she's getting it at regular intervals to just keep the game out of reach constantly. 2:18 on the clock. And Anmol picked up a foul in the process, so now she will go to the free throw line to enjoy the benefits of picking up that foul. Anmol missing that, and Geetu has the rebound. Hemangni almost losing it. Oh, she does lose it, so it's going to be Queen's ball. Both teams have 5 fouls, and which of them is going to push the other into foul trouble? Hard to say. It's pretty much the same, but the point is that they'll have to convert those free throws that come along with picking up those fouls. Anmol fouled in the process, tries to go off against Geetu. Two minutes 3 on the clock. The Queens have a 5-point lead. The Wall sinks one more. The Queens for 12, 6 points difference. Kritika gets a ball out of bounds. So it's going to be Spunky's ball. Abalat back to Srividya. Spins inside but comes out, spots up for a 2. Can she make it? She does. The shot will count. Much valued at this point in time. Srividya needs to put up some more of those to bring her team back into this ball game. 1:39 on the clock. Kanika almost losing it. She does lose it. 1:33 on the clock again. Spunkies have picked up 6 fouls, so the next one is going to mean that the Queens are going to get 2 free throws with every passing foul. And the 10th foul will give them 2 free throws and a possession, ball possession. That is not something that they'd want to give the Queens at this point in time. The Queens are up ahead by 4 points. Anmol splitting the defense, taking it to the hoop, and she finds it, adding another point, taking this away bit by bit from the Spunkies. Kritika able to hold her balance and pass it to her teammate Kanika. Anmol sets up a screen for her, but Kanika launches an air ball. It's going to be Spunky's ball, 1:14 on the clock, trailing by 5. Srividya to Geetu. Geetu turns, puts one up against a glass, but Anmol had a piece of that, so that's Geetu's turn to go to the free throw line. Can she sink this? We'll have to wait and watch. Both teams have 6 fouls apiece. The next one is going to give their opponents 2 free throws. Geetu sinks it. That's 9 points for the Spunkies. They trail by just 4 points at this point in time. All they need is a couple of 2s, but Priya Goswami is there to try to make that 5, and she does. So that's a 5-point deficit. That was a tough one for Priya, but she made sure she sank that for the Queens, still keeping them ahead. 56 seconds remain on the clock. Kritika to Anmol. Srividya on Anmol. Anmol drives to the hoop, and she sinks one. The Wall on a roll. She's done well, very well for her team so far, doing whatever it takes to pull off those victories. She made sure that they pulled off the first one, and this is the second league game that they are looking poised to win. This would mean they would top the pool and wait for the opponents to come and meet them in the semi-final. And one more point added to the Queens. 16 points, trailing by 7. The Spunkies are done for this game. The game is as good as over. Srividya. And that was rejected there, but that's a foul. 8 minutes, I'm sorry, that's 8 seconds, 8.2 seconds on the clock. Anmol. Anmol is going to run out the clock. No, she does try to make a play, a long two. And that is a final buzzer. Ludhiana Queens have beaten Coimbatore Spunky 16-9, and that is a final score. And Ludhiana Queens are undefeated today with 2 wins. So they will go into the final and await the opponent. Coimbatore Spunkies come off a hard loss here. They are definitely going to have to find their mojo to make sure they at least try to win the next game. But it has been such a low-scoring affair. They couldn't launch those twos when it was needed. And when it came, it was a little too late. Abba and Hemangani tried valiantly as well. But that wasn't enough to keep the Ludhiana Queens at bay. You're watching the highlights of the game. Abba with the putback. Anmol for twos. Banking that one. Anmol getting it deep and taking it in. Srividya finding herself open and finishing at the hoop. On the free throw line this time. Srividya, the twos, this is what she should be doing. More of these. Anmol beating her defensive player and goes all the way to the hoop. Kritika off the glass. And the final score is Ludhiana Queens have beaten Coimbatore Spunkies 16-9. Now let's go over to Rishi.
Ludhiana Queens have won both their league games in women's round 3. You're watching 3BL season 3, and I have the very talented, the 3BL find from the tryouts, Kritika with me. Kritika, congratulations. First of all, I want to ask you that you came for the tryouts that happened for 3BL season 3, and you've made it to one of the good teams. How do you feel?
It's I'm kind of obliged playing under Anmol. She's such a great player, playing in Japan and played for India already. So it's been a great experience.
What do you feel? What do you think that, you've spent so many days here with the champs, with so many experienced players, and you yourself are so skilled and talented. How do you think spending time with these people is going to grow your game?
It's like I play under Raspreet for the Delhi team. She's been a great leader, and she kinds of tells us everything, whatever we do wrong, and motivates us. And also on Moldi, she's like, I'm getting to learn from their experience, and it's been great.
And how do you feel being a part of 3BL season 3?
No words for that. I'm highly obliged to Rohit Bakshi sir and the whole 3BL organization for giving me a chance to represent my state and my team in 3BL.
Congratulations on winning both the games. Good luck for the semis. That was the champ coming up. Very young talent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the next 3 league matches in women's round at round 3, but just after a short break. See you on the other side. Welcome back, viewers. You're watching 3BL Season 3, and this is Women's League round number 3. It is now time for the next game, and this one's going to be a perfect matchup of exciting skill and talent on the court. You would never get to see this anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because this is India's first and only 3x3 Pro Basketball League. Without wasting any time bringing out the next team playing the game, put your hands together and please welcome the skillful Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas have already won their first game for round number 3, and they're all pumped up and ready to get this one, as this one's going to be a really, really good matchup. Put your hands together and please welcome team playing against Delhi Divas, Pune Panthers. Team Pune Panthers gave us a great round number 2, and they're all pumped up and ready for their first game for round 3 in Women's League. It is now toss time for Delhi Divas and Pune Panthers, requesting the captains to join me. Good luck, ladies. Pune Panthers, you're going to call? Sorry. And tell me what it is. Heads is the call? Heads it is. Pune wins the toss and will take the ball. Aparna, back to you.
Thank you, Rishi. And Pune Panthers are playing the first game today for their league round. And Delhi Divas are being represented by number 15, Kushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chowdhury, number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, and number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bundle. And they are being pursued by Pune Panthers, who are looking to pick off a first win here by number 9, Durga Dharmadikari, who had a phenomenal second round, and number 15, Smriti Radhakrishnan, number 10, Priya Sharma, and number 11, Nisha Kashyap. Coming into this league for their first round, Pune Panthers will look to pick up their first victory, because the next round they are going to have to play Kochi Stars. Excuse us for the momentary lapse of transmission. We hope this will not happen again. And in the meantime, with 8 minutes 47 remaining, Delhi Divas and Panthers are tied with 2 apiece. And the Divas have picked up 1 foul. And that would be Nisha Kashyap being hustled on the top by Raspreet, the Fox Sidhu, and this time it's a turnover and Raspreet will take the ball for the Divas. Raspreet to Tavleen, Tavleen to Kushi. Chasing the rebound, but Priya Sharma has it. Smriti forcing an attempt there. Durga Dharmadikari checks in. Nisha will take to the bench for the Panthers. Durga pulls down the rebound. Ishika on her, ball is out of bounds. Durga spotting up for a 2. She had a phenomenal round 2. She was the true star of that round. And finding the open man, what a beautiful dish by Durga to Priya Sharma, who sinks that. Panthers have one more to their score, taking it up by 1. Tavleen gives it to Ishika. Ishika spots up for a jumper and sinks it. The scores are level once more. 7:50 on the clock. Priya Sharma turns around, tries to put one in, but that wouldn't go, and Divas have the ball. Ishika spotting up. That seems to be her spot actually, but this time it wouldn't go in. With a steal there for Divas, Ishika tries to find the open man, stolen by Durga. It was a turnover actually. Smriti turns around in traffic and sinks one. That's 4 to the Panthers. Raspreet is out on a breather. Smriti loses the ball. Raspreet with the ball. Tries to take it to the hoop. It's an air ball, but Ishika is there to try and put it back inside. Priya Sharma pulls down the 2. Durga Dharmadikari with a 2 of her own. Panthers have 6. Raspreet attempts 2, but off target. Durga. And she sinks another one. 2 back-to-back 2s for Durga, and the Panthers are up by 5 all of a sudden. That was a rush of 4 points within a very, very short span of time. 6 minutes 30 on the clock. And that's a timeout. .6:30 on the clock. Durga still maintaining the fine form that she had in round 2. She's been proving herself to be invaluable for her team. It's going to be Panthers' ball. Durga with the ball, tries to take it to the hoop, forces a way in and draws a foul. That is Raspreet conceding a foul for the Divas. Durga on the free throw line. And that is her 5th consecutive point for her team. giving them a 9-point total so far. Raspreet for a 2. Rebound pulled down by Durga. Spins, turns, spots up for a jumper, not able to make it. Tavleen is there to pull down the rebound, but once again Durga is in the thick of things and she makes sure she has a piece of that, and the ball possession. Makes an attempt, no good. Tavleen pulls down the rebound for the Divas this time, takes it out. Kicks it out to Ishika. Ishika for a spot up jumper there, but Raspreet is there to pick it up and do the damage with the reverse layup on the boards. Raspreet the Fox. Sidhu adds 1 to the Divas total, and now they have 5 and trailing by 4. 5:41 on the clock, and what an assist to a cutting Durga. Durga makes an easy one. Raspreet spots up for a 2. In and out. The ball rebounded by Nisha Kashyap. Nisha to Priya. Priya loses the ball, so it is going to be Delhi ball. And Tavleen comes out, and Khushi checks back in her place. Ishika tries to find her way in and spots up for a jumper, hits the front rim, but again manages to get the rebound and attempt again. Kicks it out to Raspreet. Khushi is there hustling for a rebound and ball possession there. Smriti was in the thick of things as well, so the ball is out of bounds and it is going to be Pune ball. Spotting up for a 2 is Durga, hitting the front ring, but Tavleen has the rebound for the Divas, kicking it out to Khushi. Khushi spots up, hits a front ring again. Durga picks up the rebound and passes it out to Priya Sharma. Priya Sharma to Smriti. Durga for a 2. Little too much juice on it. Khushi has the rebound. Durga intercepts, steals it, keeps the ball possession for her team. Smriti drops it inside to Priya Sharma, and that's a beautiful assist by Smriti, finding Priya Sharma deep inside under the board. Priya hustling there for the rebound with Khushi. Ball is out of bounds. 4 minutes 23 on the clock, and the Pune Panthers have a 7-point lead. Almost losing it. Hustling defensive efforts by Raspreet for the Divas. Smriti Radhakrishnan. Matched by Ishika, dropping it once more inside to Priya Sharma. Priya almost losing it. Unable to put it up against Tavleen. Smriti tries to split the defense but loses the ball. Turns it over to Tavleen. Delhi ball now. Raspreet finds a way to the hoop and draws a foul. So it's going to be Raspreet who will go to the free throw line. Durga's successive 5 points made sure that the Delhi Divas are now struggling to make sense of it and get back into the game. Nisha Kashyap for a 2 and she sinks it. That's 13 points for the Panthers. Very well done by the Panthers so far. 3:54 on the clock. Spinning around, turning around, and Raspreet draws another foul. .350 on the clock. It's a timeout. The Panthers conferring with the referee, clarifying an issue. It's a timeout. 3:50. Both teams have picked up 2 team fouls. Divas trail by 8 points. Raspreet the Fox, very technical, and she is trying to get her players to understand what she wants them to do on the floor. The intensity with which they started off game 1 is missing in game 2. They're struggling to find their rhythm again. And the one person that has added to their woes considerably is Durga Dharmadhikari, who dished out 5 consecutive points and took her team way ahead of them. Raspreet Sidhu sinks it. A 7-point deficit is what they're staring at. Ishika back to Kushi. Kushi tries to drop it deep inside to Ishika. Raspreet spots up for a 2, hits a front rim. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Panthers ball. Durga beats her man, takes it all the way to hoop, not able to make it, but Kushi is there to pull down the rebound. Ishika out to Raspreet. Raspreet going up against Smriti Radhakrishnan. Ball stolen by Smriti again. It's Panther ball to Durga. Durga dishes it out to Priya Sharma. She's not able to hold it. Ball is out of bounds, off Priya's legs. So it is going to be Diva's ball. 3:19 on the clock. And dropping it inside to Kushi is Ishika. Hustling defense by the Panthers team. She was double teamed by Smriti and Durga, making her lot quite difficult to extricate herself or pass or shoot from that position. 3 minutes 13 remaining. It's Delhi ball now. Raspreet, screen set for her to go inside by Tavleen, but she loses the ball in traffic. Tavleen manages to save it for her team, takes it all the way to the hoop and unable to make it. Smriti is there to pick it up. Priya, that's Nisha Kashyap. Takes it to the hoop unchallenged, off the glass, a high one off the glass. Could have missed it, but no, she didn't. She sank it and made sure that her team got another point, making it 15 for them. And Kushi Alawat answers with 1 from inside. Smriti powering her way inside, but an extra pass there. She could have attempted it and at least drawn a fall, but that didn't happen. She lost it inside. Smriti. Smriti asking for a change. Priya, Nisha and Durga on the floor for the Panthers. 2 minutes 18 remaining and the Divas are 8 points behind, not finding themselves ever in this tournament in this position. This is the first time that the Divas are staring at an 8-point deficit. This is not something that they'd like to have, but it is what it is, and they really need to do something in the next 2 minutes and 13 seconds. If they must walk into the semi-finals as the pool topper, then that's what they have to do. Dishing out 1 loss each would mean Pool B will have to depend on a lot of ifs and buts. The Kochi Stars have only played 1 game and they would be playing the next game against Pune Panthers a little later on. Durga Dharmadhikari for another 2, but she's not able to make it. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi Divas ball. Ishika out to Kushi. Kushi to Raspreet. Raspreet spots up for a 2. Hits a front ring. Raspreet once again. This time too much sauce on it. Kushi not able to finish. Ishika with the rebound. Tries to split the defense, take it under the hoop, but there's too much traffic, so she kicks it out to Raspreet, who's not able to hold on to it. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Pune Panthers ball with 1 minute and 38 remaining. 3 fouls to the Panthers versus Divas, who have conceded just 2 fouls. Panthers ball. Splitting the defense, takes it to the hoop, all the way, drives in, lays it up and picks up another point, making the deficit once again 8 points. Divas have a long way to go, but a very short time to do it. 1:27 on the clock. Durga losing the ball this time off Aspreet's legs. Is it going to be Panther ball? Looks like it. Yes, it is going to be Panther ball. Smriti for the Panthers. Takes it all the way to the hoop inside and draws it out. Gives it to Priya Sharma, who's waiting with a beautiful dish. Priya makes it. This time Raspreet tries to answer with the 2, and this time she's successful. Delhi Divas have 2 more after a very, very long time. They are now at the 2-digit mark. So they have 10. Still trailing by 7, 1:01 on the clock. Priya Sharma for a 2, but she's not able to make it. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi ball. Raspreet will look to launch a few more of those 2s. They have nothing to lose at this point in time, and that's exactly what she does. And she gets her second 2, tries valiantly to bring her back in, to bring their team back into the game. So that's a 5-point deficit that they're looking at. 45.1 on the clock. A timeout called, so there is a 5-point difference separating these 2 teams, and Pune Panthers have the upper hand with 45.1 remaining on the clock. 3 fouls by the Panthers and 2 by the Divas. Raspreet will look to launch a couple of 2s again. Tries to find the open space so she can do that. And that's the third 2 that Raspreet is putting up on the scoreboard, bringing her team well within the striking distance. Just 3 points deficit. 6 points on the trot for Raspreet. Back to back to back. The Fox is back. 32 seconds. Now she's looking for another screen. She has a hot hands right now. She steps back, and no, this one won't go. 24.1 on the clock. Raspreet is asking, what is the buzzer for? I just got possession of the ball. Where did the buzzer come from? Well, I can't lip read, but that's what I'm assuming. Conferring with the technical table, Raspreet. Point proven. Raspreet now has the ball. 24.1 on the clock and just trailing by 3 points. 6 points on the trot by Raspreet ensure they're well within striking distance. All they have right now is 3 points to tie it with the Panthers. Raspreet attempts a 2, but this one is not in. One more opportunity for Raspreet. Oh my God! Raspreet the Fox Sidhu answers with another 2. That's her 4th 2. And she has now brought her team within 1 point. What a phenomenal sequence of events for Raspreet the Fox Sidhu for Delhi Divas. 8.8 seconds on the clock and trailing by just 1. 4 2s on the trot for Raspreet Sidhu. She has found much success from the top of the key, but she is going to have to see if they can pull off a possession from this. But Durga is not an easy one. Losing the ball now, Raspreet is saying, it went off Durga's hands, it's our ball, but there's just 3.5 on the clock. It's going to be Panther ball or not is something we have to see. But if Raspreet has the ball for the Divas, then the Panthers might just be in trouble because Raspreet will try to launch another two. The onus is on Durga to make sure that Raspreet does not launch one of herself. But this time she tries to go in and draw a fall and make it an and one. And Raspreet Sidhu is unable to do it. Panthers have pulled off a win. There is a foul call. That's what it looks like. So what is going on? Does Raspreet have an opportunity to? Yes, she's going to go to the free throw line. This means that if Raspreet can sink this one, this will be an overtime game for them. Or that's what they're looking at. What a phenomenal player Raspreet is, and as wily as a fox, which is why we call her Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, because she did exactly what was required and put herself in an advantageous situation to get and one there. But even though that didn't go in, oh no, she missed this one, but she did her very best and she knows she has done her very best. Pune Panthers have won this game by the skin of their teeth, that's what I must say, because it was that close, and the one person that made sure it was that close, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. Kudos to her. Delhi Divas, having bounced back on the shoulders of Raspreet, will find this a tad difficult to accept, but they did have one win earlier on, so they are going to go into the semi-final. That's what it looks like at this point in time, unless the Pune Panthers miss their second game and lose to Kochi Stars. Kochi Stars have one loss earlier on, and Divas have one win. And right now, the Panthers have added one win. So the Kochi Stars, if they have to come into the mix, will have to pull one off Pune Panthers by dishing out a resounding victory. But the Kochi Stars earlier on in the first game were struggling to add those points on the table. In fact, they suffered a massive defeat at the hands of Delhi Divas. That's a 10-point defeat that they suffered. Can they find their mojo and come back, because they were the first round's finalists? And in the second round, Kochi Stars were the defending, they are the champions. They have come into round 3 being the defending champions. But Delhi, being the first round champions, made their exit in the semi-final of round 2. But they have come back strong here to take the first game and almost win the second game. But no matter, they still have an opportunity remaining, and they will look to capitalize on that. And the final score reads Pune Panthers are 17 and Delhi Divas with 16. Let's go over to Rishi.
What a game that was. Nail-biting finish, ladies and gentlemen. Till the last second, it went down on the court. And I have the extremely experienced Smruti with me. First of all, welcome back. Congratulations. कैसा लग रहा है 3BL में आके?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, क्योंकि ये 2 साल के बाद, कोविड के बाद आ रही है, और ये तो हम प्लेयर्स के लिए तो गोल्डन जैसा ऐसे मैच चांस मिल रही है. एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं बख्शी सर, प्रणा मैम, सबको थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ. और इसके जो पहले जो काम करती है, रिचार्ड, शिवम एंड स्पेशली ऋषि.
Thank you so much. About the game now, it is not easy playing against a team like Delhi because there's skill and experience, but you guys gave us a great game and you won. What do you think that the strategy worked for you to win?
एक्चुअली हर गेम में हम जो थ्रीज है, हम यही सोचा था उन लोग यही हिसाब से तो मैच प्लानिंग करेगा. हम तो उसको बस शिफ्ट किया है प्लेयर्स को, तो हम यही सोचे जो स्ट्रैटेजी उसको तोड़ना है.
And you know, you yourself आप इतने experienced हो. I want to ask you about this one player in your team, Durga. कैसा लग रहा है उसका future?
आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड. तो ऐसे एक प्लेयर को देख रहे हैं, एकदम अपने प्लेयर्स को भी ऐसे बात करने में इतना वो ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस दे रही है कि हमको इतनी जोश एकदम. हम 3 प्लेयर भी, एक नहीं है, मेरे साथ जो 3 है, 3 भी ऐसी है. तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट दिस टीम.
What a leader. Thank you so much and congratulations, Smruti. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for an upcoming game which you wouldn't want to miss. So check this out.
And the next game is going to be played between Jaipur Regals and Coimbatore Spunkies. This is going to be quite a cracker of a contest, we hope, because we did have a nail biter just a bit earlier on. Now let's go over to Rishi, who's going to invite both the teams now.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen. This is Women's League at round number 3 only on 3BL Season 3. You can watch us live on FIBA 3x3 YouTube channel. And if you guys are watching us live on 3x3BL YouTube channel, I just want to say thank you for watching us. Bringing out the team, please put your hands together and welcome Team Coimbatore Spunkies. Team Coimbatore Spunkies needs to win this one and have a good afternoon for the rest of the day if they need to be playing again. And playing against Coimbatore Spunkies, put your hands together and please welcome the lady in the pink and the pink city, Jaipur Regals. Extremely talented and skillful and experienced Jaipur Regals right here. It is now time for the toss, ladies and gentlemen. Coimbatore Spunkies and Jaipur Regals, the captains, please come forward. Extremely experienced to both of them and really senior players. And Coimbatore Spunkies have called for heads. Heads it is. You have a knack of winning tosses, Gitu. So congratulations. Take it back, Aparna.
Thank you very much, Rishi. So this would be a game that should be nail-biting, considering the fact that both teams are facing elimination at this point in time. Both come off the first round losses. Coimbatore Spunkies being represented by number 9, Abalad, number 14, Geetu Anna Rahul, number 13, Hemangani Gamit, and number 7, Srividya Suryashekhar. They will be facing Jaipur Regals being represented by number 10, Lekna Hegde, number 7, Yeri has been replaced, this time with Nishita Dadich. And we have Shaili Upadhyay wearing jersey number 9 and Anita Poldurai wearing jersey number 15. So we should be expecting it to go tight because both are fighting for their lives to continue on in this league today. This would be their last league game. In fact, to continue on in this round is more like it because the winner of this game would go into the semi-final. Already waiting in the semi-final are Ludhiana Queens, who have a 2-win morning. We have our league commissioner and director of 3x3BL, Mr. Rohit Bakshi and Ms. Prerna Sharma Bakshi. Both of them doing a lot to promote 3x3 and give these players a platform to shine from. And it is going to be Spunky's ball. Abalad missing the first one, but rebounding. And Srividya Suryashekhar has an opportunity to spot up for a jumper and misses it. Anita to Shaili. Shaili tries to split the defense and she takes it all the way to the hoop and sinks one. Jaipur Regals have managed to put one up on the board. Launching a long two but not able to make it. But this time the Regals have the ball. Shaili Upadhyay to Anita. Anita attempting a 2. Shaili with the rebound out to Lekna. Lekna spotting up for a 2. There's a hustle and the ball is out of bounds. Hemangani comes in place of Abalad. Hemangani is a player very diminutive in size but yet manages to pack quite a punch and an impact, creating those opportunities from inside and outside. Hustles on the defense. Srividya Suryashekhar forcing a 2. Abba comes in place of Srividya. Anita off the screen of Lekna. Tries to go all the way in, but no, she'll kick it out to Shaili. Shaili out to Anita. Anita for a 2. Ball rebounded by Geetu. Geetu out to Hemangani. Dropping it inside to Geetu, who taps it out to Abba. Abba spots up for a jumper and she makes it. This is the first point for the Spunkies. They now level scores at 1 apiece. 8 minutes 40 on the clock. Lekna Hegde unable to make it. Nishita with the rebound and passes it to Anita, who has a miss under the board. This is not something that we often see from the annihilator, but that's what happened. And Hemangani is quick to try to pick the pocket of Anita, but the ball is out of bounds. Shaili Upadhyay will inbound for the Regals. Screen set by Nishita. Lekhna takes it to the hoop and tries to struggle and get the rebound. That was Nishita, but Lekhna saves the ball. Shaili. Lekhna struggling to get a grip of it. Shaili this time for a 2, and that one will be 3 points on the board for the Regals. Nishita almost losing it. They're fumbling a lot, but Shaili adds one more. Jaipur Regals have 4, and spotting up for 2 is Abalad. Lekhna pulls down the rebound, and that is too wide a pass. And Shaili is one person that likes to check out how the surface of the floor is, because she keeps finding herself getting down often enough. And that's what she did. She keeps losing her balance often. Dropping it inside to Lekhna. A beautiful pass by Anita Poldurek. Nice assist, and Lekhna draws a foul. So it is going to be an and one for the Regals. Lekhna. She sinks it. Another point to the Regals. Geetu pushing it out to Srividya. Hustling there for the rebounds. Hemangni Gamit for an attempt there. Srividya Suryashekhar manages to get hold of it, drops it to Geetu. Geetu guarded by Nishita, forces a shot off the glass, but Geetu was expecting a foul, but it wasn't given. But Nishita tries to go up and score one over Geetu. She couldn't, kicks it out to Anita. Anita spotting up for a jumper from the free throw line. That is not good. But it's still Regal ball. Lekhna for a jumper. And she sinks that one. The Regals have 7 points and the Spunkies have just 1 point. They're struggling to put those points on the board. That's Hemangani this time with the ball. Tries to take it inside. Drives in. Hustling defense. There's great traffic inside and she tried to beat them. That's not on. But this time, the shot won't count, because referee claims Anita didn't clear. So 6 minutes 40 on the clock and trailing by 6. The Spunkies now have the ball. Srividya steps in, out, tries to wet her foot and gets out. Hemangani loses it there, but Abba, that is a shot clock violation. 6 minutes 27 seconds on the clock, and this is the first timeout of the game. Regals up by 6. They have 7 versus Spunkies who have 1. Fighting for survival, both teams have an uphill task now, but Regals seem to have a grip of things. And Lekhna, even though she missed the first one, picks it up and puts it back inside with a nice reverse layup there. Srividya Suryashekhar unable to sink it. Shaili drops it to Nishita. Abalad is there to get possession for her team, and Abba spotting up for a 2. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Regal's ball, trailing by 7. 5 minutes 55 on the clock. Lekhna tries to split the defense and go in for a jumper, but Nishita is there to pick it up and put it off against the board and drop one in. So that's 9 points for the Regals. Abba spots up for a jumper, pulls up, not able to make it, gets her own rebound, gives it out to Srividya. Srividya to Geetu. Geetu pushing her way in. Srividya for a 2, but no, she's not able to make it. Lekhna with the rebound, kicks it out to Anita. Anita attempts a 2. Hemangani is there too. My apologies, that's Aba Lad who picks up the rebound for the Spunkies. Geetu turns around and sinks one. That's one more point to the Spunkies. Lekhna for a 2. That's 11 points to Coimbatore Spunkies, who have just 2. Rebounded by Nishita. Nishita to Lekhna. Lekhna out to Anita. Anita asking Lekhna to go inside, and that's what she does and draws the foul. So that's Lekhna Hegde on the free throw line. Sinks it, adds another point to the Regal total. They now have 12. 10-point deficit is what they're looking at. Hemangani Gamit with a scoop shot there. Difficult one, but she did it. Aba Lad. And that's 2 for the Spunkies. They always seem to be turning it up a little late though, but never mind, there's still 4:25 on the clock. Can they make this quite the ball game that they would like it to be? Remains to be seen, but picking up those ones are Regals, dropping it to the open man. Good pass inside. What an assist by Anita Poldurai to Lekhna, who finishes it. Aba Lad not able to make it, but there to pick up the rebound. Hemangani is there, tries to split, go inside, draws a foul. The foul is on Shaili Upadhyay, and the Regals have now picked up their first foul, whereas the Spunkies have picked up 2 fouls only. Not many fouls conceded by both teams so far. Rebounded by the Regals. Anita takes it to the hoop, finds it, scoop shot, drops it in. It's a nice finger roll there. And 1 for her. Regals have 14. 3 minutes 54 on the clock. Spunkies have just 5. A 9-point deficit. Timeout. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and partners without whom we wouldn't be where we are. Nivea is our apparel partner. Fortis Mohali is our medical partner. Red Bull is our energy drink partner. Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali is a hospitality and venue partner. Boxer Singh Sports Worldwide Private Limited is our name partner. And My FM 94.3 is our radio partner. Sony Live is our broadcast partner. You are watching round 3 of the Women's League 2022 for 3BL, and you're watching it live on 3x3BL's YouTube platform and FIBA 3x3 YouTube platform. And this afternoon, we'll come back to you once again with the Conference B round 3 for men's season 3 of the 3x3BL. Nishita sinks it, making it 15. 10-point difference. This is the highest that they've had in the game. Geetu draws a foul, goes to the line. 3:44 on the clock. Anita checks in and Nishita checks out. Aba pulls down a rebound, drops it sweetly behind with a nice dish to Geetu. Geetu is unable to make it. Anita attempting a 2. Not successful with that one. 3 minutes 35 on the clock. Hemangani comes in place of Aba Lad. Srividya Surya Shekhar. Geetu is there to pick it up and put one up off the glass. Spunkies have 5 points on the board. Shaili Upadhyay kicks it out to Lekhna. Lekhna spots up for a 2 and she sinks it. 17 points to the Regals. Nishita. Lekhna spots up for another 2. In and out. Nishita tries to find the open man. Shaili, hesitation move, takes it inside, kicks it out to Lekhna. Lekhna is free for a jumper, but a behind the back pass to beautiful assist there. Great awareness, dropping it to Nishita. Nishita sinking one. Two minutes 36 on the clock, and a 12-point deficit is what the Spunkies are staring at. Considering the fact they're finding it so difficult to put those points on the board, this game is as good as done. But will it go the whole hog for 10 minutes is what remains to be seen. All they need are 3 points to ice this. Anita Poldurai missing it. Nishita is there to pick up the rebound and attempts one. Second attempt shot, couldn't make it, but she draws a foul on the second attempt. So she's going to go to the free throw line. An opportunity to make it 19. This could practically be a two-possession game. Well, it's going to be a two-possession game. Anita takes it in, kicks it out. Shaili finds her way inside, high off the glass, but sinks one. All they need is 2 more points to close this, or close it with 2 singles. Srividya Suryashekhar missing it. Lekhna comes in place of Nishita. Shaili to Anita. Anita drops it to Lekhna. Lekhna almost losing it, but manages to hold on to it. Fumbles, but it's still there with Shaili. Anita for a 2. Not able to make it. Minute and 35 on the clock. Hemangni Gamit spins. Hooks one up, but that's nowhere near close. Lekhna spins, kicks it out. Anita for a 2. Still not lucky with those 2s, which she usually does. Sink with ease, not found her rhythm as yet. And Anita checks out. In comes Nishita. Nishita, Lekhna and Shaili on the floor with Hemangni, Abha and Srividya. A free throw opportunity for Lekhna. Lekhna Hegde sinks the second one. Score up to 20 right now. They have just a little over a minute right now. Can they ice the game, or will they play for the 10th minute? But Srividya replies with 1. And after a very, very long time, they have managed to add a point on the scoreboard. Nifty handles, but hasty attempt there. That was Shaili. Hemangni with the ball. Beats her man, takes it to the hoop. Launches one up, but that's no good. Lekhna Hegde, a no-look pass, but Hemangni is quick to steal it. Abalad for a 2. And she sinks it. That's 9 points for the Spunkies. 11-point deficit. Yet, they have managed to put 3 points up within the last minute or so. Too little, too late. Nevertheless, still at it. Lekhna, turn round. Misses. Srividya with the rebound. Kicks it out to Abha. Abba spots up for a 2. Not able to make it. Lekna with the rebound. Outside to Shaili. Shaili back to Lekna. Lekna kicks it out to Shaili once again. Shaili. And a foul has been called. So it's Shaili's opportunity to have a go from the free throw line. 12.1 seconds on the clock. All they need is one from Shaili to close this, and hopefully she will be able to do it. Misses it, but Abalat pulls down the rebound. Another opportunity for Shaili. And she does. 21-9 is the final score. Coimbatore Spunkies have been eliminated last round. They did make it to the semi-final, and Jaipur Regals were the one that were eliminated. Now the roles have reversed and the Regals find themselves in the semi-final while the Spunkies have been eliminated. The Kochi Stars will be squaring up against Pune Panthers in the next game, and they will try to figure out whether the Pune Panthers will try to pick up a victory there, but Kochi Stars will try to fight for their lives because Pune already are coming off one victory. Kochi are the one that are staring at being eliminated. And the final score is the Jaipur Regals have beaten Coimbatore Spunkies 21-9. Let's go over to Rishi.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to interview someone who is extremely experienced because Jaipur Regals have just won a game. I have with me Anita. First of all, congratulations and welcome back. How do you feel coming back on the court after such a long time?
First, I want to thank to 3x3, Trivial, because playing a league is very important for basketball that I know very well because playing for 18 years. I'm happy that before retirement, I played season 2, at least, you know, last season. I'm playing this season. So I'm really hats off to Bakshi sir, and really, I hope dreams come true, and sure we will play one Olympics.
Yeah, that is true. His vision is so inspiring. It keeps all of us going. Now, coming back to the game today, what took you so long to win a game? What do you think was lacking in your team?
Actually, I was talking to the girls. They are very juniors. They are like my child. And losing is very tough for me. And I was talking to the girls. I'm losing. I can't accept it. And the other 4 girls was telling that they are playing for me, not for Jaipuri girls. So I'm so very happy. They prove that we are strong enough. And this is our starting.
Yeah, this is a good start. This might just turn out to be the inspiration or the confidence booster. What do you think is going to happen in the games coming forward as far as your team strategy is concerned?
Now only our team is getting set, you know. So our strategy is like, now you prove that we won the match, and we won't tell we're on the court.
That was good luck with that. Congratulations on winning. That was the extremely experienced, the player for Jaipur Regals, Anita, the captain also. Let's see what happens with their team. Coming up is an interesting game. Don't miss it.
And the next game is going to be a must-win game for the Kochi Stars. They are the conference, the second round champions, and they are going to be facing up against Pune Panthers. Pune Panthers are the runners-up from the last round. But even though this is a repeat of the last round, Kochi Stars are in a must-win situation. Let's go over to Rishi.
It is now time to bring out the teams that are playing the last league game of women's round here in round 3 at 3BL season 3. And ladies and gentlemen, this one's going to be a cracker of a game because these two teams are not going to take it easy on each other. Bringing out the first team, please put your hands together and welcome the defending champion team from the previous round, Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars need to win this one. Definitely has to do that if they want to go through. And ladies and gentlemen, playing against Kochi Stars, they're having a good day today on the court. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Pune Panthers. Remember that Team Pune Panthers won the previous game and gave us a good show against Team Delhi, but now is the time to look forward for playing against the defending champs. It's toss time, and let us bring out the captains for Kochi Stars and Pune Panthers. Extremely experienced girls again. And who's got a call? All right, Pune Panthers, take your call. Heads is the call. Tails it is. Kochi Stars win the toss for the last league game and will take the ball. Thank you so much, Steffi.
And the Kochi Stars, again, like we said, are going to be represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Atir, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, and number 10, Vandana Arya. Going up against them, the Pune Panthers coming off a victory in the first game. Number 9, Durga Dharmadikari, number 15, Smruti Radhakrishnan, number 10, Priya Sharma, and number 11, Nisha Kashyap. It is going to be super interesting to see if Kochi can dig deep and bring their A game, because in the first game they seemed a little lost with very little energy and a little clueless about what was going on. In fact, Steffi didn't find herself in sync or where she wanted to be. So there weren't too many points up on the scoreboard for them. They were struggling to score and put up every single point on the board. Whereas Pune Panthers raced off to a very, very exciting start and nearly had it taken away very, very easily from the Delhi Divas until Raspreet the Fox Sidhu sprung into action and let loose a flurry of threes to bring her team back into the game and almost nicked it away at the final buzzer, but that was not to be. It was a very, very close loss for the Delhi Divas, but the Pune Panthers have found themselves a superb rhythm. They have come together and starting understanding each other's game and see who can contribute and how. Durga Dharmadikari has been the star of this team so far, so much so that Ari Gelly, their injured compatriot, would be so proud when she sees her team perform this way. Second round, they found themselves as a finalist. This round, they come off very strong. Who will win? And in this game, the hungriest will win. Kochi launching a long two, ball strip, great defensive efforts. Durga Dharmadikari finds the open man in Nisha. Nisha spins, turns, steps aside, off the glass. A beautiful finish for Nisha Kashyap for the Panthers, putting up the first point. And Steffi, attempting one, draws the foul and she will go to the free throw line. Steffi misses that one. Ball rebounded by her teammate. Spins around. Steffi missing it. Rebound pulled down by Priya Sharma. Priya to Nisha. Nisha to Durga. Durga, no, that's a fake. She takes it all the way in. Light finish there, but she couldn't quite finish. It hit the back rim. Bounces off. Steffi is there this time. One attempt miss. Second attempt is good. The first point is up for the Kochi Stars. Both teams are level. Almost losing her balance, but manages to save the ball. Durga Dharmadikari. Nice footwork there, finds Priya Kashyap outside. And that is a shot clock violation, folks. 9 minutes and 1 second remaining on the clock. Both teams have one apiece. Divyani. Kanishka for a jumper. Steffi is there to pick it up. Ball goes off Nisha Kashyap's foot. So it's going to be Kochi Stars ball. Smriti, Priya and Nisha are in for the Panthers. Divyani with the ball for the Stars drops it inside to Steffi. Steffi finds herself in traffic. They're sagging and double teaming her. It's not been easy for Steffi to find those ones that she so easily puts up on the board. Asking for a screen but goes on to the weak side. Priya Sharma missing that. Nisha Kashyap with the rebound. A pass to no one. That's a turnover. Durga comes back in. Checks back in. Divyani launching a 2. And she sinks it. That's 3 points for Kochi Stars. Smriti Radhakrishnan with the ball. Takes it all the way to the hoop. Forces a shot. Shot won't count. It's going to be Kochi Stars ball. Kanishka there with spots up for a jumper. She makes it. 4 points for Kochi. Durga for a long 2. It is Pune Panthers this time who are off to a slow start. Losing the ball. Kochi Stars have 4 and Pune Panthers have just 1. 7 minutes 46 on the clock. Durga beats her man, takes it all the way inside. Misses a layup. She's not going to be happy with that one. Divyani launches a 2. Rebounded by the Panthers. Durga spin moves, spots up for a jumper, misses it. Priya Sharma out to Durga. Durga with an attempt this time off the glass, high off the glass, but she does sink it. So they're trailing by 2. Smriti Radhakrishnan loses the ball off from the interference given by Kanishka Dir. It is going to be Pune Panthers ball. Durga, quick pass out to Priya Sharma. Making it difficult was Steffi Nixon. Panthers ball again. Steps back, Durga for a long 2, but the rebound pulled down by Steffi. Steffi to Divyani. Divyani with a nice sweet jumper. Not too complicated, but she did what was essential. Nice crossover there, but stripping her off the ball. That was a great steal by Kanishka. Kanishka spots up for a 2. And she sinks it. Kochi Stars have 7. Pune Panthers right now are struggling to come to grips with themselves. Off the glass this time. Adding 1. Trailing by 4. Steffi adds 1 more and makes sure that her team are up by 5 points. In return, Durga with a 2. So she is still keeping her team within striking distance. But Steffi turns around, adds 1 to the score, and it's going to be and 1 for her. Draws a foul in the process. Steffi will go to the free throw line. Pune Panthers have 5. And that is a timeout, the first timeout. Pune Panthers will have to regroup and come back with a better effort because they are capable of doing way more than this. Steffi is a little more comfortable and looking more settled in this game as compared to the first one. League game. And this is the last league game, after which we have 2 semi-finals and 1 final, folks. So stay tuned. You're watching us live on 3x3BL's YouTube channel, and you can also watch us live on FIBA 3x3 Live. A huge shout out for all our sponsors who made it what it is and help this league be what it is. Steffi sinks that one, 5 points lead to the Stars. Smriti Radhakrishnan almost losing it, but she does finish very beautifully there, even though there were a few fumbles. Neat footwork, deft finish. Kanishka Dir off to a long attempt, not able to make it. Ball out of bounds. It's going to be Kochi Stars ball. The Panthers are trailing by 4. Kanishka Dir off the glass. Durga with the 2. Pune Panthers are trailing by just 2. And Kanishka is there to pick it up and add 1 to her team's total off the glass. Simple work. Almost stolen there. Smriti was not aware of Kanishka stealing. Durga. Spin moves, tries to leave her man. Kicks it out to Smriti. Smriti forces away and draws the foul. Divyani to Steffi. And she launches a long 2. Rebounded by Kanishka. Kanishka for a jumper. But Smriti has the rebound. And ball stolen by Divyani. Quick, slick hands. Kanishka checks where she is and launches it too, but this is no good. There's a hustle there under the board between Steffi and Durga. Four minutes 51 on the clock. The Kochi Stars have a slender lead of 3 points. It could swing any which way. Durga out to Priya Sharma. Kanishka. Divyani spins into traffic. Launches one, but that won't go this time. Kanishka fakes. Off the glass, one more for the Kochi Stars. They have 12. Pune Panthers trail by 4. 4 minutes 30 on the clock. Smriti drops it inside to Priya Sharma and she's fouled by Kanishka. Priya Sharma sinks it. Pune Panthers have 9. Kanishka Dir tries to drop it to Steffi deep inside, but Smriti Radhakrishnan sensed it coming and went to intercept it, pushed it out of bounds, making it difficult for Kochi Stars to sink an easy one there. It is Kochi ball though, and Divyani, almost unchallenged, missed the first opportunity, but the second one that was picked up and put up by her mate got thwarted and fouled in the process. That was Smriti Radhakrishnan conceding that foul there, which means Kanishka Dir will go to the line, free throw line. One attempt for her. She makes it. Durga splits the defense, goes inside, almost loses the ball, composes herself, relaunches off the glass. Durga Dharmadhikari adding 1. This time Kanishka with a sweet pull-up jumper there. Unable to complete that one. Panthers are trailing by 4, 3 minutes 49 on the clock. Drops it inside, but Steffi had quick hands. The albatross, that's why we call her. Her wingspan is so long. She has a piece of the ball almost every time. Anytime she's in the vicinity, then you might be sure that Steffi might just have a touch. Steffi with the rebound. Divyani with the 2 for Kochi Stars, making it 15. Smriti Radhakrishnan launches a 2, but she's not able to complete it. Divyani is there to pick up the rebound, brings it out, spots up for a 2, not challenged, so she's going to let loose. But that's not there yet. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Panthers' ball. 3 minutes and 9 on the clock. Panthers trail by 5. And that's a timeout. Durga steps back, drops the ball inside to Priya Sharma, but Steffi was there to make sure that wasn't easy as it looked.
Welcome back, viewers. We're back with the live. We apologize for that little technical glitch for which you had to wait, and the break got a little longer. As I said, it was going to be a short break. But nevertheless, it is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the semi-finals. This is Women's League Round 3, and you're watching 3BL Season 3 live from Chandigarh and Mohali. Put your hands together as I welcome the team playing the semi-final number 1. Please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. If Team Ludhiana Queen wins this one, they go into the finals of round 3 without losing a game. Let's see what happens because they are playing the defending champions of last round, Team Kochi Stars. It is semi-final time, ladies and gentlemen, and without wasting any time, can I have the captain of Ludhiana Queen and Kochi Stars? It is time for the toss of semi-final. Who's going to call? Anmol Preet from Ludhiana Queens has called for heads. Tails it is. Kochi Stars win the semi-final number 1 toss and will take the ball. Thank you so much, Anmol. Good luck.
Ludhiana Queens versus Kochi Stars. Ludhiana Queens are being represented by number 9 Kritika Dingra, number 94 Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 13 Anmol Preet the Wall Kaur, number 4 Priya Goswami. Kochi Stars are being represented by number 6 Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5 Kanishka Dir, number 77 Divyani Gangwal and number 10 Vandana Arya. And like Rishi said, Ludhiana Queens are the only team today in round 3 who are unbeaten so far. It's been a hodgepodge where a lot of teams have picked up 1 loss, 1 win, stuff like that. And Kochi Stars are one of those. They didn't have a great first round against their league opponent, but they made sure that they picked up their lost pieces and found their way back and made sure they made it to the semi-final. They lost to Delhi Divas first. Delhi Divas, on the contrary, picked up a loss versus Pune Panthers in a very closely contested game. But by virtue of their total points on the board, Delhi Divas eliminated Pune Panthers to make it to the second semi-final, where the Jaipur Regals are waiting for them. So Anmol had a good couple of games wherein she was scoring from inside outside, doing everything that was required, leading her team as well with rebounds and guiding them. Steffi Nixon, although didn't have a great first game, second game she was back and she made sure that she was a great floor leader as well. And that is the start of the first semi-final which is being played between Ludhiana Queens and Kochi Stars. Anmol out to Priya, little too short. Divyani Gangwal with the ball. Kanishka drops it inside to Steffi. Steffi off the glass puts up the first point on the board. Kochi Stars have won. Kanika Rajawat loses the ball. Kanika to Priya. Ball tapped out of bounds by Divyani. Hustling defense there by the Kochi Stars. The Kochi Stars are looking to play to a plan. They weren't happy with the first round. They're capable of much more. They realized that early on and made the adjustments required to notch up that win against the Panthers. Steffi, one more on the board. And that is Kanika, who couldn't quite finish it. Ball is out of bounds. Anmol tries to muscle away inside all the way to the hoop, and she does it. Hesitation moves, but she ensures she did get there and drop one in. Steffi. Anmol pulls down the rebound. Out to Kritika. Kritika goes unchallenged. A left layup, high off the glass. Sinks it. Kritika. Nice handles there. But the rebound has been pulled back by Vandana Arya for Kochi. Divyani challenged by Anmol, who had a piece of that. Good rejection there by Anmol. Priya Goswami tries to go all the way inside, almost losing the ball. It's a tussle there, but she managed to keep it away from Divyani. Priya Goswami checks out while Kanika checks in. Divyani with the ball for the Kochi Stars. Spotting up for a jumper and nothing but net for Divyani. So that's Ludhiana Queens have, Kochi Stars have an extra point for them. And this time replying the very nice incisive move, that is Kanika for the Queens. Leveling scores, turns around, tries to shoot, but Anmol is called for a foul. Anmol is incredulous, can't quite believe that. 7:55 on the clock. Steffi sinks it. 3 of the 4 points for the Stars are from Steffi Nixon. Anmol takes it to the hoop, misses the free throw. Kanishka drops it to Steffi, who's waiting, ready, sinks it. They're doing a smart job of trying to find Steffi. Kritika tries to beat Divyani, tries to create some space. A light touch there, but it was so light that it was an air ball. Kanishka, high off the glass. Anmol pulls down the rebound, out to Kritika. Kritika for 2, but air ball again, and that's Anmol missing that one. Divyani out to Steffi. Steffi, some nice deft footwork there, made sure she found her opening and sank that one in. Kochi Stars have 6 and the Ludhiana Queens trail by 3. Air ball for Kritika. 7 minutes and 1 on the clock. Divyani finds Steffi. Steffi out to Vandana. Vandana kicks it out to Divyani. Not able to finish that one. Priya Goswami with the rebound for the Queens. Takes it all the way inside. Lost the ball to Divyani, and Steffi seems a little injured. She's holding on to her side and steps out for a bit. She seems to be in a bit of pain. Steffi is asking for a change. That's a timeout. Kochi Stars lead 6 to Ludhiana Queens 3. She's wincing in pain. Hopefully she'll be all right soon. The physio attending to her. Thanks to Fortis Mohali for being our health and wellness partner. Taking care of our players is very important to us, and they've been doing a stellar job. Divyani Gangwal for a free throw, and she sinks it. 7 points for Kochi Stars. In return, Kanika attempts a jumper, but ball stripped from Anmol by Divyani. Quick hands, spots up for a pull-up jumper, but that's no good. Passing it out to Kanika. Kanika to Anmol. Anmol in traffic. Second opportunity, not able to make it, yet she draws a foul. So she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity for a free throw. She misses that one. Ball rebounded and now it's lost out of bounds. 5 minutes 48 on the clock. 5:50 on the clock. Dropping it inside to Anmol. Anmol off the glass, picks up another point. The Queens now have 4, trail by 3. Divyani with the rebound for Kochi Stars. Turns around, gives it to Kanishka. Kanishka was waiting. Deft footwork and sank one for the Kochi Stars. Kritika drops it to Anmol. Anmol finds the open man in Kanika. Kanika off the glass, sinks it. Queens now have 5 and trail by 3. Vandana Arya. Kritika. And nothing but net. That was a nice attempt there. Mid-range jumper. Missed it. That was Kanishka losing it. And Kritika this time has the ball for the Queens. Anmol off the glass, bringing it within 1. The Queens are catching up. They do have a bit of momentum on their hands. Anmol with the rebound. Anmol outside to Kritika. Kritika spots up for a jumper. Anmol is there to pick it up and put it off the glass. That scores are level now with 8 apiece. They have 4:31 remaining on the clock. Kanishka kicks it out to Divyani. Divyani tries to go all the way to the hoop, but Kanishka is there to put it back up. That's 9-8 in favor of Kochi Stars. Kritika splits the defense, takes it to the hoop. A nice hook shot from the left by Kritika Dhingra. Vandana Arya for a 2 from outside. That is 11. Finding Anmol inside. 3 minutes 59 on the clock and a timeout has been called. Steffi still holding her hip. Divyani splits the defense, goes in but has the ball stripped by Kritika. Quick hands. Ball is out of bounds. It will be Kochi Stars ball once more. Anmol pulls down the rebound, gives it out to Priya Goswami, drops it to Kritika who cuts inside, but Divyani was on her. Priya Goswami has the ball stripped by Kanishka. Kanishka spots up for a jumper and she sinks that one. Another point to Kochi Stars. That's 12. They trail by 3. Kritika unable to finish that one. Ball is out of bounds. 3 minutes 18 on the clock. Kanika comes in place of Kritika. Divyani ball is out of bounds, went off Anmol's hand, so it's going to be Kochi Stars ball. Steffi is back inside. Kanishka takes it to the hoop and she sinks it. A left layup. Hooked likely. Anmol for a 2. Divyani hustles for the ball, gives it to Kanishka. Kanishka tries to find an opening and she takes it to the hoop, missing it. But Steffi is there to pick it up and put it off against the glass and drops it in, adding another point. Finding Anmol this time. Anmol finds an open man in Kanika, but Kanika was challenged. Ball is now with Divyani for the Kochi Stars. Spotting up Kanishka Dhingra, unable to finish it. Once more Kanishka. The ball now with Priya Goswami of the Queens. She will spot up for a 2 and she sinks it. So that will be 11 points to Queens. They are trailing by 3. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Steffi turns around, takes it to the hoop, but Anmol ensures that she doesn't concede a foul over there. Picks up the rebound, passes it out to Kanika. Kanika drops it to Anmol. Anmol kicks it out, but unfortunately Priya Goswami had moved from the position. So that is a turnover for Ludhiana Queens. Kochi have a slender lead of just 3 points, 2 minutes 5 on the clock. There is plenty of time for Ludhiana Queens to catch up. But will they be able to do it? Remains to be seen. Divyani has been very energetic on the floor, as has Kanishka. Steffi is being very effective under the board. So it must count for something, and this is exactly what Steffi does. Gets it there and converts to Anmol in traffic. Anmol of the glass, the wall. Steffi. Minute and 48. The Queens trail by 3. Steffi sinks that one. Adds another to the Kochi Stars, taking it away by 4 points this time. Kritika is unable to finish. Anmol finds a way to the hoop off the glass. Anmol sinks one, keeping the difference to within 3, but minute and 29 on the clock. Divyani Gangwal draws a foul. And she sinks one. Divyani Gangwal adding to the score, making it 17 once again. Kritika finding the open man in Priya Goswami, and she makes it. That was a nice assist there. Good ball movement. Spinning right into the wall. Kanishka loses it. Ball is out of bounds. Setting up a screen for Kritika. She finds her way all the way to the hoop, but a foul has been conceded there. Kritika converts that. Queens are now 2 points away from catching up. Divyani Gangwal applying a lot of pressure defense now. Divyani, but Kritika had her hands in and made sure she tipped it out, not making it easy for Steffi to collect it there and concede a point or a foul. 50 seconds on the clock. Trailing by 2, the Ludhiana Queens look to redeem themselves now, having been unbeaten so far. That's an air ball by Divyani. Kritika almost losing the ball, and that's what she does. She loses the ball. 43.7 seconds on the clock. And that is Kanishka, who's unable to make it. Hustling there, Kritika manages to get hold of the ball, drops it inside to Anmol. Anmol sinks it, but she wasn't able to draw a foul, which might have given her an and one. But this time, Steffi has the ball. Steffi goes up against Anmol. Anmol unable to stop Steffi from scoring, but Anmol will go outside and try to draw a foul this time. Kanishka try to pick her pockets. Priya Goswami goes inside, and that is a shot clock violation. Something that they should have been aware of at this point in time, but unfortunately they didn't. So it's a turnover now. It's going to be Kochi ball, and 4.4 seconds remaining on the clock. Ball pushed out of bounds, just 2.6 on the clock. No, make that 1.1 seconds on the clock. Kochi Stars look poised to win, and it's as good as over. Kochi Stars have found themselves in the final once more. That's 3 straight finals for the Kochi Stars. Talk about consistency. That's what Kochi Stars have been all about. Even though they did have a not so great first game, they ensured that they came back strongly enough to make it to the semi-final, and in the semi-final dethrone the Queens, who had a pretty flawless round so far in this in today's league phase, and they have made it to the final. There they will be meeting the winners of Delhi Divas and Jaipur Regals. That will be quite a cracker of a contest. It will definitely be one to watch out for. Anmol, the wall. You can see the highlights of the game. Kritika to Anmol. And the final score reads 18-16, Kochi Stars having beaten Ludhiana Queens and walking into the finals. The next game will be played between Delhi Divas and Jaipur Regals. And now let's go over to Rishi, who's going to welcome both the teams.
As we get ready for the semi-final number 2, let me tell you the news from the court that the defending champion team from the last round, Kochi Stars, have made it to the finals of Women's League round number 3. And now, let's see who meets them in the finals, because bringing out is the second semi-final teams. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas have to win this one to make it to the final and get back the title that they had in round 1. And playing against Delhi Divas to stop them doing that is only one team that's coming out now for the semi-final number 2. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Jaipur Regals. This is going to be a great game of skill, talent and stamina, because trust me, it is very hot here. So it is toss time for semi-final number 2, and captain of Delhi Divas and Jaipur Regals would be here at the court for the toss, please. All right. Delhi Divas has called for heads. Tails it is. Jaipur Regals win the toss in semi-final number 2 and will take the ball. Thank you so much. Good luck.
A great display of sportsmanship over there on the floor. Delhi Divas being represented by number 15 Kushi Alawat, number 10 Ishika Chowdhury, number 6 Raspit the Fox Sidhu and number 3 Tavleen Kaur Bandal. They will be going up against Jaipur Regals, wearing the pink jerseys. Number 10 Lekhana Hegde, number 7 Yeri Sangma is not playing. Instead we have Nishita Dadich wearing jersey number 8, and we have Shaili Upadhyay wearing jersey number 9, and the annihilator Anita Poldurai wearing jersey number 15. Both have had a mixed round so far in the league phases, each with 1 victory and 1 loss. Jaipur Regals eliminated the Coimbatore Spunkies, while the Delhi Divas, the victory came off against the Kochi Stars. But Pune Panthers had given them a defeat in the second league game. Jaipur Regals faced their loss today to Ludhiana Queens in the first game. The Jaipur Regals are a pretty determined lot, but the Delhi team have been executing their plans to perfection. What will happen remains to be seen. The next 10 minutes of exciting action coming to you live from 3x3BL's YouTube channel and FIBA 3x3 YouTube channel. We're coming to you live from Chandigarh, from Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali, who is our hospitality and venue partner. And the first point for Lekhana off the glass. A neat start. Raspit spots up for a single one and she makes it. That jumper is good. Shaili, ball rebounded by Delhi. Raspit will take it out. Raspit for a 2. Anita taking it out. Dropping it in tight to Lekhana. Lekhana makes it. It's a nice assist by Anita. Raspit spotting up for a jumper. And that's a second one for Raspit. This time a jumper by Anita. Not able to make it. Shaili has the rebound. Ball is out of bounds of Ishika's hand, so it's going to be Regal's ball. Tavleen is in place of Kushi for the Divas. Finding the open man again, that's Lekhana. Lekhana missing that hook shot, little frustrated. But she's going to have to pick up the slack. Tavleen with one off the board to add to their total. of 3 points now. Delhi Divas picking up the rebound, kicking it out to Ishika. Ishika to Raspreet. Raspreet for a 2. Tavleen made sure that she tapped it back and held possession. And Tavleen this time gets a ball back, rewarded for that. And off the glass, she sinks 1. Divas up by 2. Tavleen hustling defense there. Ishika with the ball. Kicks it out to Raspreet. Raspreet for an open jumper. And she makes it. Raspreet, the Fox Sidhu, has continued to maintain her form. Ishika for a jumper this time. In and out it goes. Lekhana with the rebound. Man out of bounds. Tavleen. Ishika this time for a jumper, and she sinks it. 2 points for Delhi Divas. They're racing to a decent lead. They have 5 points already. 7 on the scoreboard. 7:55 remaining. 5-point difference is what they have over the Regals. Finding the open man in Nishita. Nishita launches a wayward shot there. Didn't get a foul as well. So there's going to be a quick change of events. Raspreet and Anita will step out, and in come Ishika and Shaili. Bounces on Nishita's head. She didn't have a good view of the ball. Khushi stepping in. Tavleen tries to drive inside and kicks it out, but Ishika wasn't there to receive that pass. Tavleen comes out, and after a quick breather, both Raspreet and Anita are back in. Out goes Nishita for the Regals. Lekhana spotting up for a jumper. She could make it. Anita is there to pick one up and put it off the glass and sinks that one for the Regals. That's the 3rd point on the board for the Regals. They trail by 4. Raspreet spins inside, tries to find the gap and go in, and that's Shaili once again testing the floor. She almost loses the ball. She does lose the ball. It is going to be Delhi ball now. Raspreet calls for a play, asks for a screen, spots up for a 2. Not able to make it, but Lekhana is there to pick up the rebound, but there's a tussle there. All 3 Delhi players hustling for the rebound. Raspreet out to Tavleen. Tavleen for a jumper. Nothing but net for Tavleen, adding another point to the Divas and taking the score up by 6. 6:52 on the clock. Lekhana tries to take it inside. Forcing a shot there, but Ishika is there. Quick to pull down the rebound and pass it to Raspreet. Raspreet with a fake and off. Unable to make it, but Ishika pulls down the rebound once again. Back to Raspreet and to Tavleen. And a foul has been called on Shaili. Shaili can't believe it. And I think she's pretty fair in asking, where did I go wrong? It's just one of those things that doesn't go in your favor. And that's the first timeout of the game. 6 minutes 34 remaining. Delhi Divas with 9 and Jaipur Regals trailing. You're watching the second final of round 3 of Women's League 2022 of the 3x3 BL. Ishika finds Khushi. foul has been called on Lekhna. So Kushi will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to add 1 to her team's total. Trailing by 6 are the Jaipur Regals. Nishita pulls down the rebound out to Anita. Anita drops it to Lekhna. Lekhna off the glass, but she's not able to make it. Raspreet for the Delhi Divas. Kicks it out to Tavleen. Tavleen tries to take it inside, but and a rushed attempt by Raspreet there, but in return Anita attempts to 2, but it's no good. Raspreet spots up. Almost losing the ball. Oh yes, she has lost the ball. It's going to be Regal's ball. Lekhna for a 2. Hits a front rim and out. Kushi has the rebound. Kushi passing it out to Ishika. Ishika deep out to Raspreet. Lekhna pulls down the rebound once more. Shaili unchecked, but that's an air ball. Both teams are yet to score. It's been a little while since points added up on the scoreboard. Tavleen back to Raspreet. Spots up for a jumper and she converts it. Divas have 10 on the board now. Lekhna take it all the way to the hoop. Challenged, but she couldn't complete it. Ishika back to Tavleen. Tavleen turns around. Lekhna pulls down the rebound, gives it to Shaili. Shaili out to Anita. Anita tries to go inside, kicks it out once more to Shaili. Lekhna tips it to Shaili. Shaili to Anita. Anita with a fake there and she makes it. Jaipur Regals have 4 and still trail by 6. Delhi Divas have 10. 4:42 on the clock. Raspreet backing up into Shaili. Turns around, tries to find the opening and off the glass she does. Raspreet Fox Sidhu continues to be wily on the floor and find those openings and sink those points. Anita unable to score from 2. Tavleen. It's an air ball. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Regal ball. Shaili almost losing it, but Ishika did attempt to save it, but that's also out of bounds. So it's going to be Regal ball. Shaili. Nishita. Nishita to Anita. Anita spotting up for a 2. Doesn't make it. Nishita into traffic. Anita taking it one-on-one to the hoop. She makes it off the glass. Ishika unchallenged from behind the arc. Rebound pulled down by Nishita, back again to Anita. Anita drops it inside to Nishita to play one-on-one there. Turns around, but that is got way too much juice from that distance. Raspreet for a 2. Anita tips it inside, but it's Delhi ball. Raspreet for a jumper. She makes it. Delhi Divas have 12. Regals have 5. Shaili takes it all the way to the hoop inside and almost loses the ball. Nishita wasn't able to calculate that and hold on to the ball, but in return, Kushi scores 1. Shaili back to Nishita. Nishita to Anita. Anita beats a man, fakes, goes in, stops, Tries to make that one, misses it, but Shaili is there for the rebound. Tries to go inside and pass it to Nishita. Nishita is just not ready to collect those passes. She's got to keep her eyes wide open for these quick extra passes that come her way. Spotting up for a jumper, that's Ishika. She's not able to convert. The game is looking a little messy inside, but that's how it is. And finding the opening and taking it to the hoop is none other than Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. This time, Shaili overcomes her mismatched adversary and goes to the hoop. Ishika with the right-handed hook layup off the glass sinks it. Delhi Divas with 15 and Regals trail by a considerable amount. Nine points deficit is what the Regals are staring at, and the points have been so slow and so far in between that they are going to find the going very, very tough. And this is a timeout. 2 minutes, 1 on the clock. And waiting in the final already are Kochi Stars. Very consistent performance by Kochi Stars. Finalists in round 1, winners in round 2. Finalists now are waiting to figure out whether they will win or pick up the runner's check in round 3. Lekhna with the ball. Spins, tries to split inside and go in. But this time Shaili finds her way inside and picks a quick one up for the Jaipur Regals. Khushi to Ishika. Ishika takes it all the way around. Tavleen is there to pick it up and put up a jumper. Lekhna is there to pick up the rebound for the Regals. Nishita is free, but it was a slightly late pass all the way from inside to out. But that was on the spot. Gold for them. 2 points. Much needed 2 coming their way. Regals have 9. Trail by 6. Minute and 23 remaining. Jaipur Regals. Anita kicks it out to Shaili. Shaili takes it in and tries to chip away. Draws a foul in the process. Shaili on the line. Sinks one, trail by 5. Raspreet with the ball, minute and 7 on the clock. Spots up for a jumper and she sinks it. Lekhna with another 2. Raspreet pulls up for a jumper. Little too short. Tavleen back out to Raspreet. Raspreet will take it out. Tries to pick her spots. Splits the defense. Goes inside. Draws a foul. That's one more point to the Delhi Divas. They are now 5 points up. Lekhna with that one's an air ball. 23.9 seconds on the clock. Delhi Divas look poised to take this away and go into their second final in 3 rounds. The previous round, they lost in the semi-final, but they made sure that they've erased the pain of that loss, but will be meeting the same adversary in the final, which will begin shortly. This game is almost over, and 18-13 reads square line, the score line, and that's what it is. 18-13 is the final score. And these are the highlights of the game. Tavleen sinking that, and you could hear the cheers from the court as they celebrate their entry into the final. Definitely one of the more disciplined teams on the floor. Delhi Divas playing to a plan, being tactical about it, coming up with the right plays. And waiting for them in the final is Kochi Stars, who had a mixed bag today. Even though they started slow, lost to Delhi Divas in round 1, they have now made it to the final, having beaten Ludhiana Queens in the first semi-final. That was a fairly close game as well, but they did have the upper hand and made sure they walked into the final to meet Delhi Divas. We will be back after a very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is 3BL Season 3. All of you are watching us live from Chandigarh, Mohali. And it is now time for the finals in the Women's League. And this is round number 3. This one is going to be an epic final because it is the defending champs from last round facing the champs from round number 1. So there's a lot here to battle it out and win this one. Let's see who takes the championship in round 3 of Women's League. Time to get the teams out. Please put your hands together and welcome Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas are all ready and roaring for the finals. It's going to be one match that's going to go down the vault for sure. And raising the temperatures here on the court, please put your hands together and welcome the defending champions from last round, Team Kochi Stars. Team Kochi Stars, after a break in the semis, made it through the finals and have a lot to defend here, which is the championship title for the Women's League in round number 3. It is toss time, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have the captain of Delhi Divas and the captain of Kochi Stars at the court? Good luck. It is the final. A lot at stake. Who is calling? Delhi Divas call for heads in the finals. Heads it is. Delhi Divas has changed the strategy. They have chose to defend. That means Kochi Stars take the ball. Thank you so much. Good luck. Back to you, Aparna.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And these two teams, like we said, have built quite the history. We'll come back to that in a wee bit. But in the meantime, Delhi Divas is being represented by number 15, Khushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chowdhury, number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, and number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bandal. And facing off is Kochi Stars, represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Dir, number 7, Divyani Gangwal, number 77, that is my apologies, number 10, Vandana Arya. And coming back to the history that they have built up, these two teams have faced each other 4 times in round 1. They shared the spoils, but it was Delhi that walked away with the champions check. And although they did have an overtime game in round 1, it was Kochi that took away the overtime game in the first time they met. In the second time round, Kochi ensured that they eliminated the Divas in the semi-final and went into the final to win the round. But this time they are back at it once more, facing each other in the final. So in the second round also they had an overtime game where Kochi came out on top. These two teams are now building quite the rivalry in the Women's League 2022. Divyani Gangwal pulls shot and launches one, but didn't go in. Raspreet with the ball. Raspreet taking it all the way to the hoop, but couldn't make it. And that is a shot clock violation. Raspreet and Steffi entangled a bit over there, one holding the elbow and the other holding a nose. But these two women are super tough. Divyani launches a long 2, way too short. Raspreet is there to pick up the rebound, kicks it out to Tavleen. Tavleen back out to Khushi. Khushi splits the defense, takes it to the hoop off the glass, and she misses that one. Both teams are yet to score. 1 minute down, 9 to go. And backing her way inside, Vandana Arya, a little too short. Vandana kicks it out to Divyani. Divyani takes it inside, a hook shot there. Catches her own rebound, turns around, puts it off the glass and sinks it. That's Divyani Gangwal adding a point and opening scores for Kochi Stars. Raspreet pulls up, spots up for a 2. Unable to make it. Khushi is there to pick up the rebound, but she is fouled in the process of putting it back in by Divyani Gangwal, and that will give Kushi a free throw. 8:28, 8:30 on the clock. Delhi Divas yet to open scores. Misses that one. Steffi with the rebound. But Steffi losing it as well. Ishika. Ball almost stolen by Divyani. Raspreet. No, that's Kushi. Kushi to Tavleen. Tavleen gets one off the glass and gets the first point for Delhi Divas. Both teams at one each. You can see how they're hustling Steffi each time she gets the ball. Nearly 2 players, sometimes even 3, ensuring that Steffi doesn't have open looks, especially under the board. So it is going to be very tough. And well taken, that is Kanishka there for Kochi. .7:49 on the clock. Vandana Arya. Kanishka tries to take it inside. An extra pass there. Losing the ball. Pass to no one, in fact. Vandana was not in position to receive that. Vandana. And that is intercepted by Ishika. Good rejection there, blocked. Ishika loses the ball. And spotting up for a 2, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu sinks 2. Steffi with the ball, but the ball is stolen by Tavleen. She was fumbling when Tavleen manages to get it and kicks it out to Ishika. Ishika spots up for an undisturbed 2 and sinks that. That's 2 back-to-back 2s for Delhi Divas. Now they have a 3-point lead against Kochi Stars. This is a kind of lead that they should avoid giving to the Delhi Divas, because once you give them this lead and leeway, they will try to take it away, and the going will be tough for Kochi, considering they are attacking the hoops and just picking up those singles, while Delhi Divas do a lot of damage from beyond the arc with those 2s. Raspreet, hesitation move, spots, pulls up for a jumper, and she sinks that. 6 points to Delhi Divas. A clean finish by Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. 6 minutes 50 on the clock. And that is a timeout now. Kochi will have to regroup and come back into the game very quickly and ensure that they nip away at the lead and come out on top. Steffi in pain, exhausted, just willing herself to go on. Delhi Divas with the war cry, defense. And they are playing it tight, not making it easy for Kochi Stars to get those 1s and 2s. This time, a good defensive effort by their opponents. Kanishka Tir. To Kushi. Kushi drops it to Raspreet. Ball stolen by Vandana Arya. Great defensive efforts by the Regals. Splitting the defense, takes it off the glass, but she's not able to make it. Vandana Arya tries to save it, goes off the hands of Kushi, so it's going to be Jaipur ball. 6:32 on the clock. Divas have a 4-point lead. Divyani Gangwal missing it. Ishika with the rebound, takes it to the hoop. Not able to finish it. Divyani back to Vandana. Vandana beats Raspreet, goes to the middle. but unable to finish. Kushi was there to pull down that rebound for her team. Raspreet spotting up for a 2. Not on target this time. A tough shot for Ishika. She couldn't quite make it. Ball out of bounds. A quick change. Tavleen will come in place of Ishika for the Divas. Steffi is in. Steffi turns, takes the ball to the hoop and sinks it. 3 points for Kochi Stars. Tavleen now finding the open man in Kushi. Kushi unable to make it, but the ball goes out of bounds. Raspreet. Rebounded by Kanishka there. Kanishka to Divyani. Divyani takes it as close as she possibly can and kicks it. Once more drops it down to Steffi. Steffi spins and is fouled by Kushi. So Steffi will go to the free throw line. Missing that one of those uncharacteristic things that Steffi does is miss that occasional free throw. Rebound pulled down by Ishika. Ishika to Raspreet, who takes it to the hoop and makes sure she accurately sinks it and adds a point to the scoreboard. Now leading by 4. The Divas are up 7 to Kochi 3. Rebound pulled down. And in Delhi Divas possession, Raspreet with the ball. Ishika. 4:46 on the clock. This has been pretty low scoring right until this point. And the reason they even have 7 is that the Divas have had 2 consecutive 2 points to their credit, which is why they have 7. Sinks 1. Ishika adds 1 more to the total. They have 8 now. Steffi almost losing it. Hustling defense by the Delhi Divas. And this time Vandana Arya gets one off the glass and adds to the points of the Stars. They now have 4. Drops it inside to Tavleen. That was Ishika. Ball goes out of bounds. Steffi is not happy with the call. Steffi drops it to Vandana. Vandana with a hook shot, but it's not quite there. A little too short. Raspreet calls for a reset, stops, pulls up for a jumper and sinks it. Raspreet has had hot hands so far, has put up multiple points for her team right until now. The Divas are up by 5, 4-11 on the board. Quickly, Divyani takes it all the way inside, but she's not able to finish a left layup there. Raspreet with the ball. Goes in for a layup, tries to force her way through. Steffi turns around and makes that one. 5 points for Kochi. And in return, Raspreet has added 2 more. Pretty much single-handedly, she has been doing the bulk of the scoring for the Divas. Three minutes 29 on the clock. Kochi Stars are trailing by 6. It looks like the Delhi Divas have cracked the code to keep Kochi Stars down and struggling, because in the league game, which is the one that they played against Kochi Stars, the first league game between these two teams today, 21-10 was the scoreline that the Delhi Divas dished out a loss to Kochi Stars by that margin. That's quite considerable, and they had figured out how to keep them down and struggling to put up those points on the scoreboard. It seems like the plan is continuing to work to perfection here, because with 3 minutes 29 on the clock, Kochi Stars have just 5 points. Divas have raced to 11. Kochi Stars adding 1 to their total. Raspreet sprints, splits the defense, takes it all the way to the hoop, missing that free throw, that layup. Kanishka Dir, another quick point coming to the Kochi Stars. They now trail by 4. Devyani Gangwal. Raspreet continues to fire at will. Steffi with a nice assist to a cutting Kanishka. Divya takes, that is Raspreet taking it in and sinking one. Nice layup there. A reverse layup. Divas racing to a lead. 7-point difference. Passing it deep inside to Kushi. Kushi loses her footing but still tries to put one up. Rebounded by Kochi Stars. Steffi losing it on the turnaround. 2 minutes 6 on the clock. At this point in time, Delhi Divas look firmly in control of this game and not ready to relinquish too many opportunities to the Kochi Stars. Kochi Stars are struggling to put up points, those twos on the board, although they have had a bit of a luck with the singles coming in of late. But is this a little too late is something that we have to see. There is ample time, 2 minutes and 6 on the clock. And in a 3x3, 2 minutes and 6 is a lot of time, in fact. They only trail by 7 points. All they need is a few twos to take care of the job, but will Kochi be able to do it, or are they going to rely heavily on Steffi and try to pick up those singles? Every time Steffi gets the ball, you can see that she's double teamed and sometimes even triple teamed. There's a lot of pressure that Steffi is carrying on her shoulders, and she has been such a trooper about it. Beautiful assist to a cutting Ishika. That was off Raspreet. And in return, a 2 has been attempted by Devyani Gangwal. She's unable to make it. The Divas now have an 8-point lead. Less than 2 to go on the clock. Raspreet spots up for a jumper. Ishika. Vandana Arya for a long 2. Raspreet for a 2 again, but pulled down by Steffi. Steffi will pass it out to Vandana. Vandana tries to beat her man. Steps back out. Steffi tries to take it one-on-one to the hoop, and she makes it off the glass. Steffi the Albatross Nixon. Raspreet kicks it out to Ishika. A sweet jumper. Nothing fancy, just got the job done. Devyani Gangwal to the hoop. A layup off the glass for Kochi Stars. Still trailing by 7. 50 seconds to go. The Delhi Divas look to pick up their second victory in 3 rounds, and that was a sweet jumper for Ishika. That's 19 for them. and drawing a foul. And Steffi will go to the line. 39 seconds on the clock. Steffi missing that one. Tavleen has the rebound and Ishika with the ball. She will just drops it inside to Tavleen, who goes unchecked to the hoop and makes it off the glass, adding one more. That's 20 points to Delhi Divas, and they're trying to push for 21 before the 10-minute mark is up and see if they can ice the game. That's what they're aiming for at this point in time. Raspreet spotting up for a 2. Not able to make it. Tavleen with one, and that's it. 8.8 seconds remaining on the clock. They have succeeded in winning round 3. What a fantastic play today by Delhi Divas. Even though they had one loss, they made sure to come back pretty strongly and execute their plan to perfection. They beat Kochi Stars twice today. And these are the highlights of the final. Delhi Divas, 2 out of 3 rounds. They are the champions. In round 2, they got eliminated by this very same team in the semi-final, and they have come back in round 3 to avenge their victory very sweetly, with not just one victory when it counted the most, but even during the league stage, they ensured that they dished out Kochi's biggest loss so far, a 10-point deficit, and continued to work their plan to perfection and pull another victory off, especially when it mattered the most. That landed them the winner's check. That will land them the winner's check shortly in a bit. Consistent stuff, these two teams, but Delhi was the better team today. Steffi off the glass. Raspreet sinking those 2s and 1s, those jumpers, mid-range jumpers, those layups. Those really beautiful assists to her teammates. Now Steffi takes it all the way in. Steffi looks winded today. Ishika with those jumpers as well. And this is the same scoreline with which Delhi Divas beat Kochi Stars in the league game initially today. And they continue to maintain that pace. So kudos to Delhi Divas for pulling off a lovely victory in round 3. And the final score, you can see the champions of round 3 for Women's League 2022 is Delhi Divas with 21. And Kochi Stars have lost to them with just 11 points. Now let's go over to Rishi, who will take us to the presentation ceremony.
The finals have been completed for the women's round at 3BL Season 3, Round 3. And what a day we have had, what a morning it was. The championship seems to be going back and forth between these two teams. But it is now ultimately time for the presentation for the Women's League here at 3BL Season 3. And this was Round 3. Ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation ceremony, I am going to request and invite, with a lot of honor, everybody put your hands together for the one and only, the 3BL Commissioner, Mr. Rohit Bakshi. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the man himself who has made all of this possible for this country. Thank you so much for being here. It is now time for the presentation ceremony, and the runners-up for Women's League Round 3. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Kochi Stars. Many congratulations to Team Kochi Stars. Keep going like this. Unfortunately, they could not defend the champions title, but runners-up for Women's League Round 3, Team Kochi Stars, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I would like Mr. Bakshi to please join me again. It is now time to give away the Champions Check for the Women's League Round 3. And they've won it back. Please welcome the champions for Round 3, Team Delhi Divas. Well deserved, well done. Good job, good show. Congratulations to Team Delhi Divas. They won it in Round 1 of Women's League. They lost it in Round 2 and got it back in Round 3. Congratulations to the champions, Team Delhi Divas, for Round 3 of Women's League here at 3BL Season 3. I would like our league commissioner to join me back again, because this is the main moment. This does not happen anywhere in the country, because you're watching 3BL Season 3, which is India's first and only 3x3 Pro Basketball League. And it is now time to present the most valuable player in the ball game. We call it MVP. And please put your hands together for the unstoppable, the one and only Raspreet Sidhu, everybody! Once again, she claims it. Many congratulations. That's right. It's like a repeat telecast of Round 1 here in Round 3. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakshi. Thank you so much. And I'm going to quickly have a chat with the most valuable player once again here at Round 3. Congratulations, Raspreet. Well deserved. You got the championship back in Round 3. You lost it in Round 2. When we had a chat, you told me that that's not acceptable. How was today?
I think today was very much acceptable, except for that one odd, slip away we had in Round 2, all because of us. But I couldn't be more proud of my girls. I think they're amazing, and how much they want to give their best and 100% every game. That just inspires me. I feed on their energy. It's not the other way around. I know they tell you that. But it's the other way around. I feed on them.
Your leadership and inspirational words actually make a lot of giveaways for those people who are watching and want to play the game. This is a quality of true leadership. So thank you for being you. I want to ask you about the finals. Was it tough playing Kochi Stars today?
I think it's always tough playing Kochi Stars, and we know that we are going to see them way more often because we did a little bit of, watching the games, etc. But no matter what, like I said, you have to come here, give your 100%, and rest is just leave it all on the floor. That's what the mentality we come with. And I just want to congratulate Kochi Stars for putting up a great fight every now and then. They are the team which challenges us the most. So kudos to them.
Thank you so much. Keep the spirit high, and congratulations on winning the most valuable player. Enjoy the day and celebrate it well. Raspreet Sidhu, Round 3, the most valuable player for Women's League. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it from the presentation ceremony for the Women's League here for Round 3. Do not forget to tune back in at 4 p.m. because we have the Men's Conference B coming up. Thank you for watching. My name is Rishi Raj. I'll see you at 4 p.m.